Alrighty, we'll make a start. Okay, I hope you pulled up okay after yesterday. It's a pretty long day in front of the computer. So after yesterday, has anybody got any questions or things that sprung to mind? Okay, we looked at the request, and really the first day session was all about you've done this planning. How are you now going to implement it in the actual procurement? You've got to transfer the strategic and operational thinking from the procurement plan into the actual request instrument. So when you look at a request, you start to think, I wonder why they did that like that. I wonder why they asked for that. It should all come back to ensuring that you've got well-defined specs that describe your requirements in a way that they'll be delivered for you to your satisfaction, achieving value for money. So it's quite a strategic document. And we went through all of that and you had a go at filling out certain sections of the request. So any questions on any of that? No? All good. Now, basically Carol, you had the timeline from a friend, didn't you? Yep. Carol's got a timeline from a colleague that helps describe the timings, etc., for the timeline. So Carol's going to try and get that to Maddie to put it on the LMS. Yesterday, some people got lost on the Department of Finance screens looking for policies. So I did a quick screenshot grab to have a quick cheat sheet for you guys, and Maddie's going to put that on the LMS. So it will show you snapshots of the screens and what icons to push to get there. All righty. Okay, so yesterday we looked at the request and developing that. So we're moving on from that today to actually release it and go to market. So I'll just share screen and it's odd. Open it. Okay. Slideshow. So bear with me while I scroll. There we go. Okay, so the day 2 slide and section of your workbook, that's on page 33. And this is where we're at. Your request was finalised. All stakeholders had input, signed off, they were happy. You then took it up to the business owner, whoever your agency policy identifies, and the delegate, and they go, yep, good to go. So we're now at the next steps of release the request and to receive and evaluate offers that are received. All right, in terms of releasing the request, a couple of questions. How do you advertise the request for tender? Are you going to use open, invited or restricted? And what systems do you use? As a starting point, think about your agency. How many of you guys have an actual form that you have to fill out to release a request? Yep, Pauline, what have you got?
We have, well, I do works. We have RP forms depending on the value of the contract, which you've got to work through and sort of indicates all the different times and forms that you've got to complete, and that's got to be signed off before it's released, sent to the tender service.
Okay, so it sounds like when you're ticking off all the things to be completed, these are internal things?
Yes, it also like works right through. Have you done your letter award?
Yep.
Do you need building permits? Anything that's involved with it.
Yeah. Mel, you also had your hand up. Does your agency use a form that you must complete before releasing the tender?
Yeah, it's called a tender release form, and we fill it out. It's in Word. but I think they tried to put in fields, but it's not locked, so the fields are kind of redundant. Anyway, then we send it to PACPAC and they put it up on Tenders WA.
Of course, and PACPAC is your centralised procurement and contract management unit. Yep. Anybody else got a internal form? Internal.
Yeah, we have.
Yep. John's saying that for theirs, it's an email confirmation. Who else was a yes? Yeah, Peru, what do you got?
We have very similar to what Pauline said. Pauline said RP, but then we have in the Metro, we have what we call tender process form. And like what Pauline said, is very similar.
Yep.
All the steps and where the client approval has been received and whether it's been signed off by the delegated authority and whether procurement plan has been signed off and all this kind of stuff.
Yep.
And yes, look, they tend to be a little bit generic, but then I think they're still working on to try and make it more specific to different relevant sections throughout the different in finance. So yeah, we do have that. Yes.
Yeah, and you get the purpose that it captures whether things have been done or not. So you got checks and balances. Because no one's going to sign off if there's no procurement plan or you haven't got the finance stuff sorted or whatever's on the form. So there's a gate to go through. There's checks and balances. Also, what do I mean by saying it's a critical business record? Why is it so important as a record?
Because it's just the decision that was made to release it?
Yes. In terms of transparency, demonstrating accountable decision-making, it's all in one. And as Peter said, Records Act, absolutely. So the way that all comes together, you are concreting in one spot. We've complied with process, the correct approvals have been given, we would move on. Critical record. Imagine in 7 years' time, if there's an inquiry into a particular procurement, that is a critical business record. So remember that.
Does anyone have a copy of one of those that we could they could share?
Yeah, there's a couple of people going, yep.
I think it's on the website, Department of Finance website.
I happen to have, here's one I wrote earlier, well, it's not actually mine, that is the Department of Finance website one, yeah?
Right.
And it talks about request status, client agency, briefing session details, online event system, request type of work, invitation list, release date. This is Department of Finance's capturing the required information to release it on Tenders WA. Some of the forms that you guys were referring to are your agency's stuff. You might have a mesh of some of this information, but the Department of Finance form deals only with the information for the release of the tender. So be aware that your internal form is about the permission to go to this, generally. Some agencies don't have the internal form. It's a bit of a mix. But the purpose of this form is actually to grab the critical information used to populate the fields on Tenders WA. Yep. But in order to release, once your internal permissions are there, or internal approvals, then this is filled out. All righty. Anybody ever done that one, or do you take it to your procurement unit? No, it looks like you all take it to a procurement unit. And that's a sensible way, because they will manage the release of requests consistently, and they're used to using Tenders WA. All righty. So Couple of questions from that last slide. How do you advertise the request for tender? You get your approvals, internal, either you or your procurement unit fills out that template, and then it can be released on to Tenders WA. All right, now this pulls up some of the thinking that you did in the procurement plan. Open, invited, restricted. What is an open tender?
Open to everyone.
Open to everyone. Have you got any control over who's going to respond or how many are going to respond? No. Mel, you've got your hand up.
You can have some control when you put in like pre-qualifications. So, for example, if you say you have to be a registered community housing provider, then that should mean that people who are unregistered won't apply. I mean, they might still apply, but maybe it'll stop a lot of them from doing it.
Peter brought up a comment at exactly the right time. Great minds think alike. A pre-qual does restrict what offers you will consider, but it won't stop people applying. And people do, while I'm not a qualified accountant, I'm really good with numbers. And they do that all the time if they are really chasing work. So, Mel, you're right that it's like an internal restriction of who is actually competitive, but basically an open tender means everyone can see it, everyone can access it, everyone can submit an offer. Getting as many offers as we possibly can is a good thing. True or false? Oh, everyone's doing that with their heads. That's cute. You can make points for and against. So what are some of the 4 points that you get as many as you possibly can?
Value for money.
Value for money, heaps of competition. Getting to see what's out there in the marketplace. You know, a real thorough throwing of the net, so to speak. What are some of the downsides?
Some irrelevant ones?
Oh, yeah, some irrelevant ones. And with the irrelevant ones, when excluded, it still took resource and time. You still have to receive the tender. You still have to record it. You still have to go through the compliance stuff, then bump them out. You still have to send them a letter.
Exactly.
And nothing will grind your evaluation process to a halt like 60 offers. Yeah, that becomes harsh. And a comment popped up before, it's about quality, not quantity. But so we have the principle of open effective competition, does so many good things for us. It also complies with policy. However, if we get, you know, Hail Mary sort of, I'll give it a go, it chokes up the process. So we can restrict and invite. Now, in terms of a restricted tender, if you've got the right exemptions, etc., in place, the example I gave yesterday of the Darwin port, they did a restricted tender that was only available to electricians with security clearance that have already got the required security clearance. What about when restricting, how many should you go for? You've got the capacity to restrict. What would your target number be?
Well, if you're restricting, you can only restrict, well, I can only restrict under 250,000.
Yeah.
So we usually go for about 3 or more.
Yes, and that's exactly, you're looking for 3 or more because you still want those dynamics of several to pick the best.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Sometimes you do an invited tender. Now that can be really quite restricted. When would we use that? By invitation, that we're literally doing a direct approach.
Aboriginal procurement.
Oh, sorry, Stevie?
Aboriginal procurement?
Yes, because you've got that exemption that under those policies. When else? Mel, you were going to say something.
When it's a bona fide sole provider, or when you have a two-stage process, so you have shortlisted people from an EOI, like a expression of interest process, so then you do invite only detailed tender.
So you get the sense that it's quite targeted. So all of that should have been considered in your procurement planning, so that when it comes to releasing the request, you are identifying, I have my exemption in place, therefore I'm doing direct approach to the bona fide sole provider. All right. So I have seen people get a little bit flapped when they're like, what do you mean it's an open tender? Like, oh boy. At this point, you're asking for it to be restricted, but you haven't done any exemption, and today's the release date. So make sure that strategic thinking and approach carries over. Okay, what systems do you use? What's the obvious one that we will find the tender on?
Tenders WA.
Tenders WA. What internal systems do some of you guys use?
PDMS.
PDMS. And is that in finance? There's also, I'm trying to remember the name of the thing that health has got. Some of you have got procurement and contract management systems, and they tend to be more robust in the procurement stage than contract management. So you list the contract value, you list all these sorts. So you need to think about what internal systems you've got, and also make sure that you're registering or entering the data. All right, so that is releasing the request. Let's talk about dates. What sort of dates would you avoid like the plague?
Public holidays.
Public holidays, why, Helen?
Because no one's at work.
Yeah, and what are the big ones?
Christmas.
Yep.
Easter and New Year's.
And New Year's. Easter's another big block, and Peter said, and Mondays. And need to be careful of long weekends. I've known some people who have timed it to avoid the end of financial year nightmare. If you want to get super sophisticated, you may choose to release the request once you've surveyed your workflows and how busy are you. So, for example, a contract starting in January, in the months leading up, I can award in November, but they not start till January. You don't always have to skid up to the line. So sometimes you actually need to look at internal resources. Oh, yeah, Marina said be mindful of public holidays in other states.
We've also got caretaker period right now.
Yes, caretaker period. All of these things we need to think about. And remember, I did say when you've done your timeline table in your procurement plan and put dates, truly grab a calendar and check each of those dates.
Do I have audio now? Can you hear me?
Yes, John, we can hear you, but you're no camera.
No, I haven't fixed the camera, but the audio was because of antivirus software, so I cleared that up. So you have to do without my ugly mug. At least you can hear me.
We're assuming you are in pyjamas right now.
By the way, with the caretaker mode,
yes.
For the vast majority of our contracts, I don't think that has any effect, because the caretaker mode really only affects major contracts that commit the government to something that could be controversial. So most of us wouldn't be dealing with contracts of that type.
Yeah, but in saying that, there are some low or lower value contracts that are potentially politically contentious.
Yeah.
It really is about the appetite of the delegate and accountable authority around sign-off, because I've known some to go, well, let's just wait.
They tend to get very touchy about filling positions, filling FTEs.
Yes.
So at the moment, you can't fill a position technically above level 8.
Yeah. And for some, it's around budget. And, in the caretaker period, if there is a change of government, what's the appetite to continue funding this? Yeah. They have an internal form to submit to Department of Premier and Cabinet.
Department of Finance has been advised that it is up to the actual agency's delegated authority to make a decision, but we have to recommend that both the delegated authority and the DPC sign off on it.
Yep.
No matter what the risk is.
Yeah. And look, whether it's effective, whether it just stalls a bit, we got to comply. So just be aware that some of these things impact on the where, the when, the how. And, just survey your environment and over, under and around obstacles. And that's the way it goes. Like I know that in some instances, an existing contract due to expire was extended to avoid all of that. Let the dust settle and then we'll get onto it after the event. All righty. So have a look at the next slide in your workbook. Tenders WA, and there's a few dot points to read through. Used to advertise, beautiful. Used to publish contract and award details. Why does Department of Finance publish those? You can go onto Tenders WA and see who the contract was awarded to and the contract price.
For the market.
For the market, what do you mean by that, Peru?
Look, for the prospective similar industry in the market to know, what the price like for their future preparations, and whenever similar tender come up, even with other agencies, they can have some idea on, what's going on.
And it is, I saw a few comments come up around transparency, that it's not behind closed doors, that it's open and it's transparent. So, it sort of allows an unsuccessful respondent to know who got it, look at the contract price, not pricing details, and it just feels, informs the marketplace. And it is very much about transparency.
And you're required to do it under the probity and accountability policy.
Absolutely you are. It feeds straight back to that policy. And in fact, as we'll see in subsequent modules, if you then go to vary that contract, the variation, if it has a price impact, has to be used to update the contract price. So that's one way of, you can't go to market saying it's 250 grand and the minute it's awarded double the contract price. So it is very much about reporting for transparency.
It also...
But Linda also...
Sorry.
Oh, yes, Sonia, yes, go ahead.
It also gives respondents an opportunity to request debriefs and feedback on how their submission went.
Absolutely. And we will get into that in a minute, but they are very, very important. And it's important to understand that without that feedback, the unsuccessful respondent can't improve what they do. So it's very, very important. Anyone ever done a debrief?
Yes.
Yes.
Are they fun?
Depends.
Oh, Peru, you're being very positive, saying depends. Sonia's like, yeah, no.
Some are good. Some are good because some respondents take it really well, and they have some genuine questions and they want to improve, and they are actually really obviously not very. They're not they know out there try to understand why they have not, won that contract. And some obviously, some are like this, try to, even some without even telling you, come with a lawyer as well.
Yes, I know. Sonia, some of the not so fun ones, why are they not so fun?
Oh, because they always threaten that they're going to go to the minister, but they never do, because they're really disgruntled. They didn't get it. And they just don't understand how the pricing calculations work. So we can't actually divulge that, commercial in confidence behind the scenes and calculate.
Oh, that's so true.
They don't actually understand. So they get really disgruntled. But I've had some really good ones too, where they've provided really good feedback. But it's the ones, it always makes me nervous because you just don't know what to expect. But as soon as someone says there's going to be a lawyer, right at the beginning, if I know they're going to have legal representation and they didn't let me know beforehand, then I cancel the meeting.
Absolutely. If someone brings a lawyer, you bring a lawyer. It's that simple. But also, you're very right. You don't know what you're going to get. I once did have you seen a lot of contracts splitting through variation published? Hang on, I need to open this one. Anurag, have you seen a lot of contracts splitting through variations published on Tenders WA? How do you deal with queries from suppliers on this? Well, in terms of contract, I guess it's not so much contract.
It's not really contract splitting.
Yeah. It's Look, the bottom line, if you truly want to vary a contract, and we'll get onto this in the contract management units, variation requires approval from the delegated authority. You require a variation form, and on the front of that form it really does break down pricing increases and whether you've varied it before and all the rest of it. Some variations will not be approved.
But when you see it on Tenders WA, when you see a contract price and then you see lots of variation under that,
okay,
what's the response to deal with suppliers saying, why is this happening?
Well, the bottom line is, if I got that sort of inquiry, if I were managing the contract, you'd have some awareness of why that happened. If you're not managing the contract, that's very difficult. But at the end of the day, you would have to hope to God that you've got your variation forms filled out and that you've done it correctly, and you're literally playing a defence game. That could literally turn into someone ringing the minister, a ministerial coming down, and you responding to it.
At least there's checks and balances in place. If a business area or a government department did a number of variations, the moment the accumulated value of those variations reaches 250,000, it has to be sent to the Department of Finance.
Yep.
They can't just keep doing variations without further checks and balances.
Exactly. And that's where internal controls apply, and getting the right delegation. I mean, an accountable authority is well aware of its responsibilities. And particularly after the North Metro Health, it was the Office of the Auditor General did that review, and they identified these ongoing variations and how the one person was approving them. It was, like that, no separation of powers. So it is looked at, it is contentious, and you do make yourself vulnerable if you do it. And I say time and time again, when people argue why they need these variations, if you had done your procurement planning correctly, you would have identified that the scope was this, not this. You're bad. So planning is everything, because it's not easy just to get a variation up if it's significant, and it does absolutely draw the attention of the marketplace. Typical scenario would be a construction job of a single-storey building for $300,000. And later on in Tenders WA, I see that it's now $2 million and it's a 3-storey set of units. And I will say, you went to market with something small knowing it wouldn't interest me. The minute you give it to your mate, it's multi story development. It's that sort of criticism that you will get from the marketplace. All righty.
Sorry, how does that work because that's completely out of scope. How does that work and budget-wise as well? Do they have to resubmit and start from fresh, or? If
they wanted to do, look, I've seen, or for example, a contract to refurbish, say, 10 houses after award turned into a contract to refurbish 30 houses. And you go, that's not okay. But what it actually was routine maintenance had been procured for 10 houses in a remote community. Just prior to that work starting, there had been a flood that damaged another 20 houses. And because of the emergency nature, some of those houses could not be lived in. An exemption was done under emergency circumstances to vary that contract to, instead of doing 10 scheduled refurbishments, to do the 30. And you go, yeah, that's totally justified. But the example I gave of one house to a bad practice, if their ducks are not in a row, sometimes they will push that out and get an approval on it.
Yeah.
However, it does not stand up to scrutiny. So, yep, very process orientated. Dot your I's, cross your T's.
I'm sure there's going to be a few with all the floods and fires last week, so that's going to be...
Look, it does happen. On one occasion, we needed to charter an air flight to a flooded community, and it was not about, private planes and cheapest rate. It was what is leaving Jandakot this morning. The urgency, like we got the paperwork done, did a direct approach and got people up there because it was dangerous. So emergency, yeah, but, we didn't get our scope right. No. Or 101 reasons. No. All right, so Tenders WA, even if you don't load the request on there yourself, you understand the purpose of this form to capture the right details so that it can be loaded accordingly. All right, take a look at the next slide. Early tender advice. What's an early tender advice?
Informing the market about what's coming.
Yep. And how do you do that? Have you ever done one through?
Yes.
Yep. Tell us a bit about it.
Look, I think it all depends as well, like how detailed you can be. You can just give them a simple information on what's coming so that they know, and the relevant industry, they know what it is already, and they start actually preparing their resources so that it could be a really big tender or really complicated one where they had to, even hire experts to actually address the tender, or it can be like a simple one where even though they know what's coming so that they don't miss out.
Yes. If you know it is a very small marketplace and there's only 5 players out there, I would do an early tender advice to make sure that they all know it's coming so I can get as many. As Peru said, if it's incredibly complex, they might have to get on board certain expertise, etc., do some financial modelling and start getting their heads around so that they're well prepared to respond to a tender. I have seen them used for a request that is going to be released early in the new year. Why would you do that?
Because the business may not even be there. If you release the tender at the wrong time of the year over Christmas and New Year, as happened with that contentious state government initiative to do with culling sharks and hit the front pages, it was done at the wrong time, and most of the providers weren't even at their business because they'd all shut up shop for 2-3 weeks.
Absolutely. And Peter was more blunt so people can come back from leave. That's exactly it. If I know before the Christmas break that there's this tender, I'll tap Fred and Jane on the shoulder and go, sorry, guys, I need you back in office on Monday to get this up. Yeah, Joe.
Could I just ask, is everybody else doing early tender advice by posting it through Tenders WA, or where it's an invited restricted tender direct to the known potential suppliers? The reason I asked is we had a case recently where the early tender advice was posted through Tenders WA.
Yep.
And a significant provider in the market missed the tender completely and couldn't be considered because people in the marketplace don't necessarily understand government procurement.
Yeah.
And he didn't realise that he had registered on Tenders WA some years ago and he had never updated his information, and the email address provided on Tenders WA was not an email address they were now using. So they missed the tender. He got very upset, wanted to go to the minister, but we couldn't do anything. So now if I'm doing an invited or restricted tender, I get it sent directly to the providers, and as part of the early tender advice, I tell them to go and check the information they've got on Tenders WA and get it updated.
Yeah, just to fill in a bit more detail of what John's raised, if I'm in the marketplace, I can go onto Tenders WA, register myself as a potential respondent in the marketplace. I can even identify categories of tenders that I want notification of. So if someone puts a tender up that is community service, blah, 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 any of the boxes I've ticked, I will get a notice that there might be a tender I'm interested in. As John said, it's about currency of the details of the supplier.
Linda, can I just ask a question on that? I thought Tenders WA has the ability for the procurement person who's setting up the tender to download the list of people that have who have accessed the request.
Yes.
So through that, isn't that sort of like a better record to see exactly who's downloaded the request instead of sending it directly to people?
However, it does. However, the problem is I look at the list and go, Fred hasn't accessed it. I better let Fred know. But John also hasn't accessed it and I didn't call John. You've got to be careful. Now, I did see favouritism pop up, and this is where you need to be careful. If it is a restricted tender, often it is sent directly to them through Tenders WA because they're the only one that's going to apply if it's bona fide. Invited, I have heard of it going directly to those who have been invited. Yeah. With the example that John gave, I mean, the agency wasn't happy. They missed out on a major supplier also. But it's not up to us to make sure they, aside from anybody else, didn't miss out. It is tricky. You do have to be careful about giving some people the heads up because that starts to bring in bias, because there'll be similar suppliers going, well, I never got the tap on the shoulder and the heads up.
Linda?
Yeah.
I just want to share a story. I did a restricted tender probably a year or so ago, and it was for consultants, different consultancy firms, and one of their employees who was registered on Tenders WA as the contact had left the company, but on Tenders WA had changed the email to a Gmail account because he was doing his own consultancy work. So we had invited the company to tender, but it was actually the ex-employee that got the request. So I'm very careful checking email addresses and everything. Yeah.
And, you know, at the end of the day, that was his bad. He misrepresented himself as a company. And, you know, I like what you're sneaky, says Sonia. And I like what you're saying that you check email. But at the end of the day, we can't validate every email address either. But gee, that's messy.
But I mean, like, I've often sent tenders to like the big four, so PwC and all that, and they have like hundreds of people registered under the one ABN. Like, it's...
How do you find the right person?
Exactly. It really needs to be kind of more monitored, I feel,
Yes.
tenders WA, which, I don't think it's been done.
Look, a very long time ago, I was at one agency and I was absolutely mortified when I pulled on the string and the whole hem came down, sort of thing. What they had done is, to apply for a request, it's moving more and more electronic. There's less tender boxes, there's less use of fax. It's through Tenders WA and more so. And it was a very small provider, very unique and very small marketplace, and very small. It was a specialist skill set. And it was an older guy who basically said, I have no interest in registering on Tenders WA. If you want my services, give me a ring and I'll do the job for you. But, and I said, well, hang on a minute, he is in Tenders WA. And the procurement officer said, yes, I set him up in Tenders WA. Oh, no. No. Because just say they spelt the email address wrong and it didn't get to him, suddenly that, there's pushback. No. So clearly, when it comes to doing restricted, etc., have a good think about it. Have a look at the processes. Think open and effective, no bias, no favouritism, and probity. Really clean process when you do it.
So just a question in regards to if supplier doesn't update their contact details, that should be up to them, isn't it, if they miss the tender? It's not our responsibility to make sure that... Absolutely. But once again, they're angry because they missed out. So, and for some, it was critical for them to get that work. So it is a bit of a powder keg of emotions. All right, so with the early tender advice, ignorance is no excuse. Absolutely, but that doesn't stop them complaining. Okay, so with the early tender advice, we don't do it for every tender. We do it when we know that the marketplace is quite limited and we want maximum response. We do it when we know that there are short time frames or the tender is complex. And it's about giving the marketplace the heads up. And literally, I think as Peru said, it's really quite brief. It's intended on this day, a request for this will be released. So they're like, right, eyes peeled, let's check it out. All right, so early tender advice. You don't need it for every single one. Now, we touched on the next slide. We did that yesterday. Briefing and site visits. What would make your decision as to whether or not to make a briefing or a site visit compulsory or voluntary?
I suppose if you were expecting a lot of responses, you'd make it mandatory so you can kind of taper down.
Yeah. We aren't allowed to make ours mandatory anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, in the regions because it cuts out Perth.
Yes. Okay, that makes sense when you say the regions. Absolutely. Because you've got the impost of travel to go there to participate. Do you offer the option of briefings where some people can be teleconferenced in?
No. Oh, we don't personally, but I guess that could be an option.
Yeah. Katie, you said yes?
Yeah, you could, yeah.
Yeah, I've done that where a regional provider was on the little phone hubby thing. But yeah, that is certainly something that you could consider.
It also kind of, make, if they're genuine about responding to the request, they will come, kind of splits the potential.
Yes, yeah, but
The reverse edge of the sword could mean you only get 3 and you go, oh, that's small. So once again, you do that carefully. If you know that you've got a super robust workplace, marketplace, certainly it just came up as a comment that it's harder to do works, site briefings. That's when you actually walk the land and go, right, latent conditions, I've got this, oh, look at that gradient. And they really need to inform themselves of what is on site. As we said yesterday, you need to be careful, because if you say it's mandatory and somebody misses the briefing, they can't submit an offer, and you may well have just shot your procurement strategy in the foot.
Linda, what we do for our major projects, parcels for delivery, is we have a lock room at the PTA.
Yep.
And people have the option, should they wish, to come in, sign in. They put their phones, to one side, and we provide them with plans of the rail. So
yes,
it's actually in their best interest to come in and do that viewing in order to prepare their submission.
Yes. Very same approach was taken with the private prison. That all the specifications, which were robust, it was files of stuff, same thing. They could come in, sign in, had to leave, phone outside, no copy, couldn't take anything. They could view these things and make notes. Based on those notes, they could start preparing their response. If you didn't do that, your response would not be competitive.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
And these were major international companies, and they were going to get there. And so it wasn't about excluding people, it was about put your best foot forward with your best detailed, considered offer, and here's the information you require to do that. So, now with site briefings and site visits, whether they are mandatory or whether they are voluntary, what kind of records would you keep? Let's start with the briefing. Just imagine everyone's in a room for a briefing. What sort of records do you need to keep?
Who attended? Yeah, who attended.
That's critical for mandatory. Questions raised. Why would I keep a record?
Because you have to issue an addendum.
Non-mandatory, it provides other respondents who are preparing their submissions to view the questions once it's released via an addendum on Tenders WA.
Yes, that you can actually release the question, so people that could not attend are also. But as Katie said, sometimes the question makes you go, oh my God, that was missing from the specs, and you have to issue an addenda. Also, you have to be careful about anything you say in that room. Because if the specs says this must happen on a Tuesday, and in that room you go, or any weekday really, what's real, what you said or the specs? You must never give information about requirements that contradicts the specs unless you change it with an addenda. So you have to be careful of the information. And you don't want people going, oh, but at the briefing she said. That's when you pull out the transcript and go, no, she didn't.
So maybe make sure that all your documents, like we have, go through a document control process. So
yes,
you're looking at the right rev.
Yes, absolutely. And also in the example you gave before about the closed viewing room, after people left, the staff that were managing that process would go in and check that all documents were complete, that they hadn't taken something. And that wasn't just about bad them, they took off with a schedule. It means the next person in the room won't see that schedule. So, you need some
record keeping, good record keeping of questions asked, answers given, addenda if required. Sometimes those briefings are put on Tenders WA so people who weren't there at a non-mandatory briefing can access important records. So the tender's out there and the phone starts ringing. I hate that. After the first query, it's like the watershed. You go, oh no, how many more am I going to get? Okay. Tender inquiries. You need to think about who the right person is to answer tender inquiries and where do you put their name. How does the respondent... Yes, at the front of the request. Remember, there's technical inquiries and then there's the request process inquiries. You need to have the right person's name there. You need to tell the person you put their name there so that they're up to speed on possibly getting inquiries.
And you also need to tell that person not to respond without it being an addenda.
Has anybody ever used a tender inquiry log?
Yes.
Yep, Prue. Tell me a bit about it and how you use it.
Oh, look, it's basically like a issues register, kind of a simple format with name of the person calling and the company and time and date and what was the issue that was called for and what did you say.
Yes.
And depending on whether that issue will have any implications on the response or pricing, you may have to issue it as an addendum as well. So if you're telling them something that the other respondents are deprived of that information, then if you deem that, then that has to be published as an addendum. So.
Absolutely. You might get a query that goes, and I mean sometimes you get ones that you sort of go, wow, comprehension nil. You know when it says you must deliver the service on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, do you mean every week? Yeah. You noted in the log. Like, someone's just working through their logic there or whatever. But if someone were to say, can I confirm that includes public holidays? And you go, oh, crikey, it doesn't. We didn't make that clear in the request. You can go, yep, not a problem. I know some people that would say to that person in that moment, no, public holidays are not included and we will be issuing an addenda. I know other people that would say, thank you for raising that for our attention. Can you please refer to Tenders WA when we issue an addendum? They won't even give that person the heads up knowing that they'll have a day's advance notice of that before the addenda. So you just want to make sure that everyone got the same information at the same time. Have you ever had someone with a tender inquiry just try and pump you for information?
Yeah.
So that's what you need to be careful of. So for probity, transparency, you've got your tender inquiries log. There is one on the Department of Finance website, and as Prue said, it's a very simple table and it's just good record keeping.
What I find, Linda, what I find quite interesting and sometimes a bit challenging is, as you just said that in our request we have for contractual inquiries we have this person to contact, and for technical inquiries this person to contact. But for those contracts that are ongoing and that are ongoingly managed by a different team, and sometimes mostly that is being developed by a separate officer. So what the contractors, especially the incumbent one, tend to do is actually, rather than contacting the person that's been said in the request, they tend to talk to the contract manager who is managing the contract right now and asking them different things and all that. So even though we are very specific in the request, they still do that. So I think it's also important to stress to our officers internally, saying that, look, any inquiries, just direct them to me.
Yes. Look, so glad you brought that up. Yes.
only one contact person, Sonia said, and that's the person listed in the tender. But as Peru said, the existing contractor, without fail, we'll ring the contract manager and go, so when's the request coming out and how's it going and when's the eval going to happen? Still on board for the commencement? On a particularly sensitive contract that I was one of the contract management team, we were told that because this is going to tender and the existing contract supplier will be tendering, we were not to have meetings. All correspondence was to be done by email. No more phone calls, no more informal contacts, because the contractor was lobbying a bit. So all of a sudden, meetings that had agenda and minutes, fine, because no one could say we were having offline conversations about the next contract with contractor. So that was tightly controlled. I suggest in the instance where they go around the tender inquiries person and ring the contract manager shuts them down due to probity and blah, blah, blah requirements. I cannot have this discussion with you. It is inappropriate for you to contact me. Please contact the tenders inquiry person and request. Click. At that point, you contact the tender inquiries person. That is something I would put in the log.
Yeah.
So-and-so contacted such and such and were redirected, because if I find out he's done that to 5 different contract managers, that is lobbying, and I will need to manage that. So even inappropriate reach outs should just be recorded. If it's a one-off, fine, but if there's a persistent behaviour there, you may need to deal with that.
Linda, just on that, I've had success in the past of always requesting them to send it to me in email if they give me a call. If it is a legitimate one, they will generally send it through email, or they'll just leave it.
Yes, exactly. And I do like that in writing scenario, but I do note that the request actually gives a phone number for quick and easy, but, I like that. Put it in writing. So their question is absolute and our response is absolute. If it's for milk deliveries at a regional office, it's not that difficult. Anything contentious, absolutely. Anything with risk, anything that you may need to defend yourself, and it's always around probity and equal competition and no favouritism, and you need that absolutely in place. Alrighty, any queries about tender queries? All right, but good process around it, very much so. Fill out that tender inquiry log. Also, the tender inquiry log is a really good document to use as a retrospective record. So, for example, remember yesterday when I said, okay, was the last request clear? Because you're going to do some cut and paste and use that. A tender's inquiry log's a great thing to look at. 5 people rang and said, delivery Monday to Wednesday, does that include public holidays? And, look, they did do an addenda. Yeah, fix that in the specs before you use them again. Alrighty, takes us to addenda. The next slide. Have a quick read through of those points. Shuffled my paperwork. Never a good thing. All right, addenda. Who's done an addenda? Few hands up. Yep, Joe, what was yours?
Just let me think back. I've done quite a few.
Yeah, I was going to say it wouldn't be just one.
With my situation at the Transport Authority, when we're sending out, requests for quotes or requests for tenders, often we find a lot of technical questions coming back, which then goes back to the contract manager to make a decision whether we need to raise an addendum to distribute that information to all the invitees.
Yes.
So more often than not on rail, it's technical specifications.
Yeah. And here's a question for you. If you've got a query about a technical specification, could you develop that addenda yourself?
No.
Who would you have to?
Not me personally. It would go back to the contract manager or through the contract manager. Perhaps even he doesn't have that knowledge. And then it would go back to our, engineers and our planners and our professional.
Sometimes when dealing with a tender inquiry, you're in no position to work out is it addenda worthy or not, in which case you give the person who's rung you or emailed you the courtesy of saying, I will need to consult with stakeholders about this, but we will get back to you. It's not something you can always decide immediately at that point in time. You will often have to give it back to the subject matter experts. Lola, you indicated that you've done an addenda before. What was yours?
Again, I'm like Joe, I've done a few. The most recent one that I did was for a non-mandatory supply briefing that we completed, just to summarise, the date, the time, the questions asked and the responses provided. So that was run past the contract manager and the probity officer.
Yes.
I've previously released, again, like Joe said, lots of technical requirements for contracts where, there's a lot of grey area that we have to try and mitigate.
Yep. And, addenda can be really, really simple. It can be, correcting a typo even, through to something incredibly technical. They are all different, basically. And how do you actually issue the addenda? Is it a form? Is it?
We have a template in our records keeping system that we use.
Yep. A lot of you will probably go through your procurement unit and they will upload the addenda onto Tenders WA. There is a process. There is a template. And needless to say, check whatever information and correction that you're doing is absolutely accurate. There is nothing worse than having to issue an addenda to amend an addenda. I've seen that. Now, if I'm in the marketplace as a potential supplier, what am I going to think? What a bunch of clowns. No way am I bidding for that. My life would be hell. If they don't know what they want, they're not going to have a clue when I give them what they want. So, yeah.
And Linda, also some, depending on the complexity of the addenda and also the timing when it was actually released, you may even consider extending at times, isn't it? Extending the term of the...
Absolutely. If you make a big change, that means they've got to rewrite their offer. You may need to extend the end date. What does that do to your timeline? That is one of the places I put a bit of fat. So tender end date I will have on my table, but I will leave a whole week blank, nothing booked. And then I'll convene the evaluation, start getting the evaluation team together. So if things go horribly wrong and I have to issue addenda and I have a week, I can push out that end date without impacting on all the other stuff. Yeah, so it's handy and just so I don't use that week. I don't need to. I haven't extended the end date.
I can always bring forward my evaluation activities and possibly award earlier than planned. So always, if you can, shove a little bit of spare days in there around there.
Linda, with the addenda, a recent one I had to do was very technical and it was after a briefing. So obviously I didn't have the subject matter expertise to write the detail, but once it was written, to make sure we had the correct approvals to avoid what you just said about possibly doing an addenda on an addenda, I sent the draft addenda to the same delegated authority that signed off on the original release of the request to get approval to release the addenda, because the addenda changes the request.
Yes.
So I got the same person to approve the release of the addenda.
Perfect housekeeping. Perfect housekeeping. Because you have to be careful at the point you're issuing that addenda. You might go, you know what, this changes the pricing significantly.
Yes.
We forgot to mention X, Y, and Z, and we didn't cost X, Y, and Z in our budget. So there's a whole range of ramifications. What do you think my first thought is if I open up a request, a current request on Tenders WA, and in the first 3 days 5 addenda have been issued?
Wow.
As a responder, go on.
You question the professionalism of the request submission and perhaps the organisation.
Oh, you just go, this is a bun fight. And there's 2 other similar tenders. I'm going to those. I'm leaving that well alone. Or I think it was Peru identified possible variations. A few comments have come up saying that. Or I could be the horrible contractor that goes, these people are without a clue.
Yeah.
I'm going to milk them for variations. They haven't got a clue. I'm having in on this. So you need to be... Sometimes they will see problems with the specs, vague specs. I run from vague specs. There are others that go, oh, I've got wriggle room for variations. So you need to be a little bit careful. You might need to...
Linda.
Yep.
So I just want to say that it's not particularly uncommon, I think, in certain industries, because I'm working in an area at the moment where there was a lot. Well, I'm working close to something where there was a lot of addenda, and it's just the nature of the industry. If it's a really fast-moving industry, especially if it involves something that's IT, but not quite IT, and it's quite technical, it does happen. Yeah.
So their and I get that. So their queries were prompting potential respondents to go, no, that's no longer current. It's more like this, or there's new technology. Is it around that sort of stuff?
No, I think it's more because it's quite complex that neither the contractor nor the agency can fully explain what they need and what's required, because it's so new in a way.
That's why when I hear that...
And it involves Commonwealth agreements, things like that.
I'm wondering if you're better off with a 2-stage process or, engagement with the industry prior to developing the request.
Okay.
I just want... Many ways I don't know enough... I don't know enough details, but that might have... good industry engagement with due regard to probity, etc. But, that could allow the marketplace and the buyer to at least be on the same page at that point around where things are at.
Okay, sure.
But I get that.
That's really helpful, thanks.
All righty. It really extends the time frame, though. But it means you may not paint yourself into a corner. So, All right. Now, the other important thing is an addenda is a critical record because it actually makes up part of what document?
The contract.
Yes.
The request.
Yes. It's a critical record. You must manage your addenda really well. I've known of, and it was some time ago, addenda on this particular tender was sent out by FAT, and there was meticulous record keeping that who the faxes were sent to in terms of, respondents, etc. So basically that they had issued, it was a restricted tender, but there was about 10 of them, and to prove that every single person had received it. Just like, and here's another risk with addenda, if I see a tender on Tenders WA and download it, but I'm not registered with Tenders WA, if you issue an addenda, I won't know unless I happen to go back on and see, oh, it's been added. So there's risk with addenda that not everyone will get it. Sorry?
Don't they have to acknowledge that they've received the addenda to be considered?
I don't know. I haven't used that aspect of tenders.
Not anymore, I don't think.
Yeah.
Because there's a line saying you're deemed to have read this in responding.
Yeah. It does flag a notice that if you download a tender without registering, then you won't be kept up to date of any changes. It gives you that warning.
And I think now the Tenders WA, sends the addenda to everyone who's downloaded it. So automatically, I think that happens automatically. So
good, because I know that they keep working on the process and Tenders WA, but getting it right the first time, there's a lot to be said for that. Record keeping with addenda, critical. It is part of the contract. Now, I'm aware of a case some time ago that an addenda was issued that would, in fact, impact on pricing. And it was 3, and this was a panel arrangement, and 3 out of the 7 said, I never got it. And the department couldn't prove that they did. And this is when it was sent out like that. That's why I sung the praises of the other group that religiously kept all the fax cover sheets. An instance where they didn't, 3 said, I never got that. And it did result in additional funds being paid by the department to those 3. It was a nightmare.
Linda,
and I know I had seen a paper copy of it. God only knows where they put it in the paper file.
Linda, with the addenda, and you're saying about possibility of them missing the addenda if they weren't registered, on the request document, normally, like on the one that I've got here for our assignment, it states on it that if you're using Tenders WA, that they can only make an offer by uploading electronically to the Tenders WA website.
Yep.
And it says in bold, the respondent must be registered to submit an offer. So if they're registered, they'll receive the addendum. So
Okay. I don't know if that's been quite recent, but certainly the last time I uploaded something on Tenders Everywhere, it was not so tight-knit. All of it is good. Now, basically, with tenders over 250K, you've got to use Tenders WA. There's still some grey area with some agencies for something over 50 and under 250 where you're only seeking quotes. Most agencies do use Tenders WA. There's still a few that don't. So just bear in mind some of the risks that we've discussed are certainly amplified for that level of procurement if you're not using. Tenders WA is a wonderful thing, which takes me to our next slide. Receiving offers. As Anna said, suppliers don't always read a lot of information on the request, and they don't always read the conditions.
To be honest, it's very long. It's it's very changed all the time, and it's complicated.
And it's
I imagine some people can't.
I know, and it's not fun reading. And what they tend to do is get in conflict because we wouldn't take their late offer, and they threaten to bring the lawyer. And when they actually find it and read it, and they go, dull. It just would have been so much easier if they'd read it beforehand.
Yeah. That's the thing about people. When you say common sense, that's the thing about common sense. It's not common. And you have all sorts of odd stuff. All right. How many of you guys, so I request that should be written to the target audience? Yeah, that certainly helps. How many of you guys still accept tenders by fax? Who's still got a fax machine?
We remove fax machine from the office.
Don't hospitals still have faxes? Don't hospitals still use faxes?
Possibly.
The doctors, yeah.
Yeah, the doctors still use them.
Because, you know, some people have held on to these things, but I'm going back a few years. It was regional respondents and it was by fax. And the floor I was on, I didn't have a dedicated fax machine. So all day I stood by that fax like a bulldog. And when people wanted to get their fax, I went, don't touch, I give it to you. And, you know, I'd have part one of an offer come through and then somebody's sushi order.
Hope you got paid well to stand by the fax window.
It was very sad. Like, don't talk to her, don't even make eye contact. Like, and I'm, you know, one Telstra outage. What a nightmare. If the thing ran, and I did have a ream of paper under my arm, ready for anything. It was a nightmare. Absolute nightmare. And I couldn't walk away because someone, you know, we had bad habit. If it wasn't your fax, but it was in the tray, you just bundled it up and put it in the come get your stuff tray. And fax is pretty much off the cards. Who's still got a physical tenders box?
We do, Linda, at Transport.
Yeah.
Just because a lot of our contracts sometimes are with tradies, like mechanics and stuff, who are still kind of not
last century.
Yeah, and also because we take samples of, say, P plates or license plates and that kind of thing, we want to see the physical sample with their tender, so we still have the physical box.
Yeah, and I mean, mines did, a few do. In the old days, works used to a lot because you'd have big rolls of plans and things, but nowadays they are electronic more and more and more. Anyone got experience with the tender box? Tell me what happens when you go to empty it.
We need 2 people there.
Yep.
At all times. We used to put the little Telstra man on the countdown to 2:30 to know that it was exactly 2:30 in case there was any like tenders coming.
Yeah.
But he's gone now, so we don't do that. So
I know.
2 of us go and get the key, and then we go unlock it. We record if there's any tenders there. We stamp it if we've got any physical ones, and then we go and do the electronic version, and then we do our tenders opening report from there.
Yep. So you scan the hard copies to get your electronic version. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Let's start with the 2. Well described, Amanda. The 2 people, are they just any old person?
No, they've got to have tenders WA access as well, so they're 2 contracts officers.
Yep.
Yeah.
They are identified as having that role. Not anyone can open the tenders box. How many locks are on your tenders box?
2, I think.
Because both of these, it's like a lockbox in a bank. And the little Telstra time man, we used to have that as well when the little, you know, the time is 2:45. And at that moment, you'd open the tender box. When the little Telstra time man went away, we actually took a laptop down so we could watch it 10 o'clock and we'd both turn our keys and empty it. And I'm like, do I need to wear a trench coat and a slouch hat? I'm feeling a little bit James Bond here. So many things can go wrong. So many things can go wrong. All right. I guess, well, we'll start with timeliness. What do you do with late offers? If it's 2 o'clock on a Tuesday and one comes through at 2:05.
Jacqueline Bind.
Okay, I'll go one at a time. Mark, what about you?
Don't accept it.
Don't accept it? Why?
Because it's late.
Was this late? I'm loving the way you put the dots close together. There was a time in the request. That time was not met. It's that simple. Works people. Have you ever known of a late request to be accepted?
Yeah.
Peter's nodding. Yeah, and
yes, we have. Yeah.
Yeah. Some works contracts, and Marina asked, how is that documented? Some works contracts identify that at the sole discretion they may accept non-complying offers.
And this is usually put up to higher management to make that call.
Yes, and that's a very, very big call. That's a door you don't want to open, or it means...
What's the reason for that? Just out of wondering.
The reason for that, often in works, just say it's a major stadium or something really big. The investment of time and effort means that if there are no others and that late one will work at the sole discretion of the accountable authority, they may choose to. Just say we asked for a stadium or a house or a building that had a 7-star energy rating, but it is virtually unachievable, and all the offers provided for 6-star. Now, we could refuse all offers and go back to what a nightmare. Very rarely used. Works people... have you got anything you can sort of add to that? Because I've only ever had that explained to me. I've never seen it or done it myself.
Well, there's generally some massive emotive story going on with that. That's why I didn't get in on time. We've entertained the idea. We've never followed through with allowing a late tender. The only time we've had that could be considered a late tender was when there was an issue with Tenders WA.
Yes.
And it didn't upload in time and only found out.
I've never seen a real example of it, but it was some BMW people that actually showed me in one of their requests where it actually said that. And I went, okay, grey area, what a nightmare. But yeah, and I do get... you don't do the whole design gig overnight. So if they've done all of that work and we want the offer, and that rule of thumb, no. Mel?
We had an instance where the developer had started uploading about an hour and a half before the tender closed, and then their office had a complete power shutdown. They lost power.
Screaming from here.
And so that obviously stopped the upload. They emailed us and said, look, this is what happened. You can see we started the upload. You'll see that on Tenders WA. We've got this letter from Western Power to say that we lost power at that time.
Yes.
Can we still submit? And we allowed it.
Yes. And once again, really good paper trail. Really good paper trail around the decision, the approval, and all the rest of it. And quite frankly, if I'd receive a lot of offers, even if I haven't evaluated them, I'd go, you know what? I feel safer going with the ones that came in on time. But this is for our masters to make that decision.
Just on the other side, I've had quite a few contractors blame Tenders WA for not being able to get their tenders in on time, and Tenders WA do actually provide a report that will show you like the times they logged in and the times they got to this screen and that screen.
Yes.
So that's pretty handy.
And I do remember somewhere on the screens it actually warns you regarding the time taken to upload things, like don't leave it to the last 10 minutes. So Yeah. Now, remember...
request too, Linda. It's so clear in the request, and everyone, just like job applications, people tend to leave it right to the last minute. It says don't leave it to the last minute. So...
I know, but that's the way it goes. Human nature.
I did have a recent process where a respondent jumped up and down for missing the deadline halfway through submitting.
Yes.
And usually I would say too bad, too sad, but we actually got that whole process was properly investigated by Tenders WA and then also our legal team.
Yes.
And if they can demonstrate any sort of inactivity, I think they've called it irregular activity, where they can prove that there could be potentially some technical difficulties from the websites, then that's when they'll allow it.
Absolutely. Now, I guess it's a good time to talk about in the conditions of contract at the beginning, there's request conditions. And I mentioned it yesterday. It talks about late offers. It talks about all of those things. Now, what's really important is there is a legal precedence that it forms a process contract. The fact that we in writing said we will accept your offers under these conditions and this is how we will evaluate and handle them. The fact that they've submitted an offer means, yeah, we'll both do it that way. We've agreed. Now, if we change the goalposts, we have effectively breached a process contract. So if all of our stuff says we will not accept late offers and then we accept a late offer who gets awarded, others can go, hang on a minute, you breached your own process contract. And there's the precedence actually comes from, I think it was the 70s, Hughes. It was Australian and it was about air radar systems. I think that might even be on the LMS. It's an interesting read that basically, and we will touch on this again when we do eval, in the request document they had weightings on the qualitative criteria. When they were evaluating all of these things, they went, you know what? The criteria didn't really separate them. Let's change the weightings. And that meant that the second preferred became the first preferred. And the one that missed out found that they changed the weightings and took them to court and won. So we need to deal with late offers as per the conditions of contract, what is actually in the request and the conditions. That is very important. So depending on issues, as we've discussed, we may or may not accept a late offer. Generally, we do not. And if you're going to go that way, make sure you're taking it through the right delegate, etc. Bit touchy decision. Management of the documents is a big one. And as was said, I think Amanda was saying that once they clean the tenders box out and then they electronically scan, what happens if you accidentally drop a piece of paper behind a cabinet while you're scanning?
Get the piece of paper.
Get the piece of paper. You need to make sure you're doing it right. Because at the tender briefing, just post-award debrief, just say you say to me, but Linda, it was an incomplete offer. You didn't actually include the schematic diagram. And I go, hell yeah, I did. Hell yeah, I did. And here's my hard copy that I've retained. And then we find it behind the cabinet. Shame we awarded 2 weeks ago. So mishandling of an offer gives them a whole range of rights. So that's why looking at the website around irregularity, was it mishandled? Was it You have to be really careful with how you handle these things. That's what I like about Tenders WA. The whole thing was uploaded, ready for you to evaluate, or it was not. It was on time, or it was not. And the fact that Tenders WA will fight that fight about, well, you started uploading 10 minutes before the due time, and no, it did not all upload. Tenders WA over a tenders box, I actually prefer. But if you have still got the tenders box, make sure you are on point for handling these things. Why is it only 2 people get the keys and only 2 people are allowed to touch the tenders box? Why can't you send the office person down?
Accountability.
Accountability and confidentiality, says Marina. Absolutely. What kills me is we get our secret squirrel mood on, we got our 2 keys, we synchronise watches, we stand over each other and we turn the key, we grab these things and we hustle them off with great secrecy. And then I leave them on the bench near the filing cabinet for 3 days. What's the problem with that?
Anybody can see them.
Commercial in confidence, kids. Rule of thumb, unless you will be in the eval panel, you should not be reading these things. Even if you are the business owner, you get told at the end if you're not on the eval panel. So, good, secure custody. That means locked cabinets, and that can be really hard when you get big rolls of site plans and stuff. Good housekeeping around that. And I've known, graduate, intern, whatever, junior staff member working in the office was asked to scan all of these things, and they were made to sign a confidentiality disclosure simply because they were going to be handling these things in the evaluation stage. And they were a little bit overwhelmed by that. Hey, we've all signed one, it's cool. Just don't read them, we'll be fine. So confidentiality, management of documents, make sure that you are on point with that sort of stuff. Or the respondent has every right to complain. Alrighty, activity 6, problem solving. Now, do you want to go back into the same groups you went into yesterday? Oh, I wish I could just go autofill break rooms. All right, what I'll get you, it'll take me a few minutes tapping away. Have a look at activity 6, problem solving. We've got 3 questions there. You can start reading on those and I'll start putting you into the break rooms, all right? But like I say, it will take me a few minutes and a bit of squinting because my screenshots are a bit small. All right, breakout rooms, here we go. Okay, Anna. Yep, Anna, don't accept yet so I can answer your question. In a CUA request...
Oh, I'm not doing a CUA request, is my...
Oh, panel, sorry.
Yeah, it's just a panel arrangement for suppliers to do waste services or something like that.
Yeah. Now, that request is slightly different and it's a panel/CUA request because what they have in common is there's more than one supplier.
Yeah.
Yeah? So the head agreement, the first table...
Sorry, just before we go on about this, should I just make it easier and not have a panel?
Yes. Oh,
okay,
heavens,
right.
yes.
Okay.
Yes, Anna.
Right,
because what happens, the head agreement, the first table sits on top.
Yeah, and then customer contract, that's what I thought.
Customer contract for each supplier, because they might have different pricing. They might have different...
Well, I was going to make it so that they can pick and buy, but then I realised it's going to be really complicated.
For the purpose of this exercise, Anna, no.
I'm only doing it because I wrote a procurement plan, but then I need to change it. Like, that's why I keep on asking these questions about how much it flows on to the next.
Yeah, it does. Look, if you don't want to change your procurement plan too badly,
It's all right. I'll just change it because I know it goes on later, and it's just going to make it more complicated.
No, it absolutely will. Look, even if you put a note, onto your submission, and just say, in the scenario, the initial procurement plan reflected a panel arrangement. However, subsequent to that, the plan was modified for a single supplier, as reflected in my request.
Oh, okay. That would be a lot easier.
I'm thinking of saving you some work there.
Because they've asked me to do a procurement plan and a request and then activities, because they asked me actually initially for those documents and then evidence and negotiation, all this stuff, and I'm like, I don't think I can send that to scope. So so I just have to kind of make do with what I've got and then reshoot it.
Honestly, I still do marking for the University of New England that also offer this diploma. And, you know...
well, then why are they making me do it all over again?
Honestly, exactly.
It's a long time ago. Things have changed. Yeah.
And for RPL, because we've got those questions at the moment, I recently had a discussion with a woman that I said, and it's exactly this module.
Yeah, it has.
What evidence can you give me of negotiation? Something in writing. What evidence can you give me of? And she had a procurement plan that was like 9 years old. I'm like, nah, 2 years old max sort of thing. And what I ended up saying to her is, honestly, in discussion, I can tell you have the knowledge, but you will spend months looking for fragments of historical paperwork. Just do the assignments.
Okay, yeah.
I sometimes find that it is easier just...
It's because the course all flows through together, whereas it was quite separate for you and EP.
Yes, it was.
Procurement plan for something, and then you do a separate request, and then you do certain portions. And
and actually, if you came back to UNE, you'd see that over time they've also morphed to using the same scenarios.
Across. Okay, all right, gotcha.
No matter where you go, Anna, they're going to hit you up for a procurement plan.
So I don't have to do number 4, the last one. I don't have to do contract management, but I definitely need to do the plot plan 1, which was the previous one, this one, and the next one.
Yeah.
I just got to do
so you're doing this module when you haven't done module 2?
Yes. So I didn't attend it, so that's why I've got to just kind of cram it in now. But it's not like it's hard because I've already done it before.
Exactly.
I just have to modify things a lot, and I'm a bit confused how much to modify. Okay.
Look, at the end of the day, we read the scenarios very much on face value, that I go, that's logical. Yeah, that's logical. So I would accept, what you could say is, even though, here, just got the heads up, stick with the procurement plan you've got. Stick with, oh no, you can't. Because what I was going to say...
I'll do what you said. I'll just say, for training purposes, I've just made this one supply panel arrangement, because otherwise it's
exactly. Yeah, no, that's the way to do it. But yeah, just... so
as part of this module, you have to submit a full request, don't you?
Not a full request. What we've done is said, if you submit activity 4, which was schedule 1, activity 5, we got you to write specs. So instead of making you do the, we've grabbed one table and you can just attach. Some people do want to submit more requests, and I go, knock yourself out, but there's something like 20 pages that...
Yeah, it's heaps in it. But Maddie actually asked me for a request, so I'm a bit confused now. Can I just kind of not submit the whole one?
I don't know. Check that with Maddie, because it's RPL. I don't know the full assessment approach they're taking with you. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I'll just see how it goes. I'll make an executive decision if I need to, and then Maddie or Mick will just tell me, look, that's fine.
Yeah, and that's something that Maddie and I were talking about to clarify. Oh, I really should turn the recording off because we're...
Question.
Yeah, always good to have some debate.
That was loaded.
It was. What, you think I asked easy questions?
Righty. All right, we'll have a quick whiz through these so I can set you up for your breakout room and you can have coffee because you're all due morning tea by now.
Sounds great.
Yeah. All righty, the first one. Involved in a procurement project, source consultancy services, tender is not yet closed, and you receive a call from a respondent to check on how things are going. You are not identified in the request as a contact person. How would you deal with this inquiry? Yeah, what'd you come up with, Carol?
Advise them that you're not the contact for that particular contract, and advise them who is and who they need to speak to. Advising them also, as Marina said, is inappropriate. And then also let the actual contact person know that you've received the call and what had happened.
Perfect. And quite often, the person you're talking to will go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. It's just I normally have contact with it. And you go, no harm, no foul. Just contact them and record it. Perfect. All right, 2, you're involved in a procurement project to source specialist technical equipment. You're identified in the request as a contact person. The tender is not yet closed and you receive a call from a respondent with a query that highlights that the request document incorrectly refers to industry standards that are no longer current, like who didn't update the request properly and the specs, but anyway. And the new standards should have been referenced. How will you deal with this inquiry? What do you think? Yep, Helen, what did you have?
So we had that we would request them to send that query, send it in writing to us. We would complete a tender inquiry log, let the contract manager know. We would check to ensure that information they gave us was actually correct, and then if correct, issue an addenda and maybe consider extending the closing date time.
Perfect. And sometimes it's not actually the contract manager. Sometimes you need to go who owns the procurement process, because it's not always the contract manager, and they'll get the subject matter experts onto it and all the rest of it. Perfect.
I also made a note that you actually just have to verify the new standards. Like if it's an ISO standard or something, just go and look at it, because you can't just take the respondent's word or even your panel's word.
Yes, exactly. And you then have to look at the standard and see if you've also got additional requirements that you want to put with that. So, yeah, you have to validate that. Is this the new specification or the correct specification? Validate it. Do all your paperwork, addenda, and once again, you may have to extend the close date accordingly. And I will say, if part of that decision-making of extending the close date, take into consideration if some people have already submitted offers. Because if I've already submitted an offer and I've got to resubmit and it's all of that. If it happens right at the beginning of the period that the tender is open, it's less pressing. But right up at the end, you know, some people are going to have to redo a whole offer, not tweak what they're drafting. So, yeah, be very aware about the time stuff. And the curly one, number 3. A colleague approaches you with a tender submission they found in the tender box that morning. When you emptied the tender box at the specified time the prior day, the submission was not there. How would you manage that issue? Because the problem with a tender box in Tenders WA, if there are 2 open tenders and 2 respondents, different, you know, send in an offer, they're in different folders in Tenders WA electronically. In a tender box, you might have 2 business units, one that's got a tender closed at 10 a.m. on Tuesday and one that's got a tender closed at 4 p.m. on Thursday. I might have submitted my Thursday offer on Monday, so it's actually in there when someone's clearing it for Tuesday. So this could actually happen. But if you cleared so what did you come up with? The ones who were debating, let's hear from that group.
Well, we were questioning how she got a hold of that tender in the first place.
She may have been the tender's officer for the next day.
But she'd still have to have 2 people opening the tender box, so we kind of need to establish.
Yeah, just say in that organisation post-MOG, different divisions still have 2 people that can open a tender box. Either way, was that tender submitted on time?
No.
No. And how would you deal with it?
So reject the request and issue a late tender submission letter.
Yes, there's perfect. Thanks, Ellen. There's actually a letter that you send back that says, sorry, you weren't on time. And at that point, before I'd send that letter, I would certainly check we haven't mishandled, that we didn't drop the ball on our end, and know our position at the point we tell them that. The last thing you want is to find out the mistake was on our side after we send them that letter. So check all of that out.
Linda, to protect yourself and the agency, you'd want to make sure I'm just saying this without any knowledge of the tender box because we don't have one, but if there's 2 people entering the box, you'd want to make sure that you've stamped it or signed the tenders that you've taken out of the box at the right time and date and record it in your record-keeping system, whichever one you use, because if you're challenged legally by somebody claiming I did drop it off on time, you need to have a way of proving that there was nothing in the box apart from the ones that you've stored. Do you know what I mean? Otherwise, they'll have a go at you legally.
Yeah, and you're basing your position on memory, but if you've got that paper trail, that certainly helps. I was actually delivering training to local government, so councils, and we were having this exact session, and a chap basically said, oh my goodness, at morning tea, one of his staff notified him that as they're clearing the tender box, somebody ran in and shoved the envelope in their hand. And they said, no, so they threw it into a document basket. And this poor girl was like, now it's the top one, and the guy ran out of the room. And she's going, it's late. And he said, you've got it. And so we very quickly went through. Do not open the tender. Don't open it up and stamp it and mix it up with it. Keep it closed, keep it separate. Read your conditions of contract, read your request, see what the rules say and manage it accordingly. And mid-sentence, this man runs out the room on his mobile screaming, don't open it. Good housekeeping.
Linda, just so that you know, with that originally when we had a tender box in the Geraldton office, we weren't allowed to put the tender in the box without registering in our log first.
I've seen them just in foyers where people just come in and slip them in. So be aware, good housekeeping is required. And if you think there's a problem, call it early and let your manager know and work out how you're going to deal with it. All right, very quickly, I will take you through a couple of slides and then set you up.
Sorry, Linda.
Yep.
I've still got a question. So in that question, in number 3, say that was a different business unit that saw it and opened it. So I would personally to make sure they sign a declaration of confidentiality. Is that right?
Yep. May as well. They've seen a tender they're not involved in. Yep. May as well. Good housekeeping all round.
And didn't you also say, sorry, are you finished, Amanda?
Yep, go Sonia.
Linda, didn't you also say that if it is a late tender, a late offer, wouldn't the agency have, you mentioned it earlier on, it was about the business needs of the office. I mean, if there's not enough bids there and there was, a project where your marketplace is limited, can you say that sometimes if it's warranted, management can override late offers?
Providing it is in your request. And like BMW ones, I've seen it in their request that at the sole discretion the agency may sort of thing.
It has to be in the request, yeah.
Otherwise, you've got that process contract breach. And at that point, I'd be going straight away before I'd open it to the bosses, and the bosses would say, how many have you got? Got 10 already. All right, don't open it. And, you know, it's not something I've actually had to do myself, but you would want to make sure that you've got clear, transparent decision making, and that the person who's making the decision, let's include it, is aware that it is quite contentious, and good housekeeping and a justifiable decision is required. Yeah. I just wish they'd get them in on time. Tenders WA, that's the way to do it. It takes so much of this mishandling and late offer risk, just makes it go away. All right, quick look at some of the slides I want you to have a bit of a look at. And that takes us to our activities. We did that, we did that, we did that, we did that, we did that. Okay, so planning for evaluation. Some of the stuff you need to do, if we read through that, propose who's on the panel. You should have thought about that when you were writing the request and start engaging those people then. The application of your criteria and scoring, we touched on that yesterday. Your evaluation criteria and what score and what weighting, you needed to think about that then. Due diligence and risk management, so that's very much around your signing of confidentiality and conflict of interest disclosures. You will need to brief the panel, and you will need to have the evaluation handbook. And I'll touch on resources after the break room. And what the process aims to do, the most appropriate offer. We want to pick it. Sometimes, what the process is, the evaluation process identifies the preferred or recommended respondent. The evaluation process doesn't award the contract. It recommends who the accountable authority should approve the award for. Shows your value for money, your supplier's suitability and capacity, and assists your negotiation process because it identifies issues that you might have to negotiate. Typical makeup. You have voting and non-voting, and we'll talk about that more after the breakout room, and that's the suggested membership. Now, many of these are key stakeholders in the whole procurement, and you would have engaged them in earlier stages of planning. You can have advisors that are non-voting. So if there's a finance rep, because it's over the price threshold, they're non-voting. You might get a financial or technical specialist in, they don't vote, but they will give qualitative remarks around the data they're analysing. You might want a probity advisor. If it's really high risk and complex, you might have a lawyer or other specialist consultants. Once again, confidentiality forms apply. And you don't give advisors open slabber to the whole gig like the actual evaluation voting panel does. So if it's a financial guy, I might just give them the pricing tables, and I will probably remove the respondent's name because it's commercial in confidence, and who knows where that consultant's working tomorrow. So it will be respondent A, respondent B. They do the math and work out pricing advantage, etc. Okay, now assessing the responses is as per an evaluation handbook, and there's pre-qualification requirements, yes, no, compliance and disclosure requirements, and that's yes, no. The qualitative requirements, they're the ones that you actually score, price, and then the recommendation. Now, consensus scoring, and I'll touch on this again at the end of the activity, is when you individually score and then you all come back together as a group and reach an agreed score for the evaluation group. It applies a predetermined rating scale documented in each evaluation handbook, and the panel regroups to form consensus scores and comments. And these consensus scores and comments are documented in the evaluation report. All right, just to touch on some of the documents involved. How many of you guys have actually sat on an eval panel? Has anybody ever chaired? Yep, got a couple. And chairing certainly ups the amount of work that you're going to be doing. All right, so the handbook, one for goods and services, one for community services. If you're on the eval panel, you'll get one of these. These templates are on Department of Finance website. I think they might also be on the LMS. But there's a lot of information in them. It also contains the scoring table and the definitions of the numerical scores. So each member of the eval panel will fill out one of these. Then they all get together and the chairperson will compile all their consensus scores and comments into the final report. Yep, so we've got 2 documents there. All right, here's the plan for the breakout room, and remember your morning tea's in there, your lunch is in there, so as a group, work out your time. Here's what you need to do. So preparing for evaluation, we had a quick look at those slides. Have a look at your workbook, page 39, because I have pulled some of the key information out of the handbooks around key objectives and the actual process, so have a read of that. You will find the evaluation handbook, if you want to get it, in the SCORM for session 10 on the LMS. So if you go into that little box with the hingy thing on it, you will be able to look at the template. And basically read through that as your group, discuss the process. Some of you have been in an eval panel before, so you can shed some light to your group about how that worked and what you did. And that takes you to activity 7, and that is an evaluation activity, the flying tender. Now this one is activity 7 on the LMS. Okay, activity 7, do not use the one in your workbook because it doesn't give you the scenario, there's just a place to answer. Actually do the activity that's on the LMS. All right, and that activity gets you to work in 2 parts. It gets you to work as individuals to do your individual scores, and then it groups you to do consensus scores. All right, so work through that. I'll give you about an hour and then I'll start popping back in because you might need assistance with the eval activity, all right? So, and we'll come back to the big room post-lunch, which is 1 o'clock. All righty. Yeah, it's under 11, assessing the bids. So it's session 11 on the LMS. All right, I'll pop you into your breakout rooms. And as I say, I'll give you a little bit to get coffee and get started, and then I'll start popping in.
To forecasting and the delivery for tomorrow.
Linda?
Yeah?
Would you please put me into breakout room 5? Because I was in one yesterday, but it was community services.
I think 5. I think.
Okay.
Yep.
No problems. I'm moving you to 5 right now.
Thanks. I might also be on and off for this because I think they only wanted me to complete up to activity 6 and then said I didn't need to do anything else. Yeah. So I might just also be on and off and turn up.
Silently fade away.
See you in the next one. Thank you. Thank you very much.
No problems.
Thanks.
All right. How did you go with that activity? Did everybody manage to complete the consensus part 2? Yeah. Everyone. Nobody got any problems? We'll go through the activity in a minute. All righty. What we'll do now is we've done that activity, but we'll do a little step back for a helicopter view. Now that you've had, because I'm aware that some of you have not experienced being on an eval panel before. So we'll go back to the share slides and I'll pick up where we looked at some of those planning for evaluation slides. All right, share screen. Okay. Now I want to go backwards. Let's see. Okay, so planning for evaluation. This does not sneak up on you. It is in your timeline and you need to do some preparation for that. Clearly the people need to know that they're attending. You need to book resources like rooms. The evaluation handbook, the chairperson sets those up to give to each person. Booking of rooms to meet in, all of those sorts of things. Now, I'm just going to stop sharing for a moment. People that have been involved in evaluation, question for you. Are you given hard copy responses or do you use electronic copies? What do you do?
It's electronic first.
Okay, so Jay, for your electronic, are you sent electronic copies or are you given access to a secure folder?
Probably send electronic copies and then kind of add them together.
Yeah. Does anybody use secure folders?
Yeah, we do.
Oh, sorry, who else? Linda, was that you? Yeah, Linda, tell me about yours. What is it? How do you do it?
So the procurement officers download the tender submissions from Tenders WA and they're put into a secure folder and where the evaluation panel is given security access to that folder.
Yeah. Mel, is that the same for you because you said you used electronic folder?
We have 2 secure methods. So once the tenders responses are downloaded from Tenders WA, they're then immediately put into TRIM or HPECM, otherwise known as, and then I will download them from there and put them onto either SharePoint or OneDrive. They're both secure platforms, cloud-based platforms, and I will only give access to the TRIM folder and the cloud-based platform once everybody has signed their COI, and I have put that in the register.
Important thing that you just said. They only get access after they've completed their COI form. So their conflict of interest confidentiality declaration. So if you're running the procurement and evaluation process, there's an order to your housekeeping. Now, I would have touched base with eval team members well before now to check if there are potential conflicts of interest. Because if I'm in the developing stage of the request and I find out that you've got a conflict of interest, a potential respondent is your brother-in-law, I will not put you on the eval team because I'm just saving myself a conflict of interest issue later down the track. So very important, before anybody sees anything, the conflict of interest and confidentiality form and record keeping goes around that, absolutely. Because remember, as part of the procurement planning, you thought about Who's having input to the process? Who's got ownership? Who's a stakeholder? And you already knew who your potential eval members were way back in the procurement planning stage. Good resource management means you let them know that they're on the eval team and when you're going to be scheduling the eval process, so you don't have problems with people being absent on leave and all the rest of it. Book a room. What resources do you need? Little bit of planning so you're not scrambling, because the eval chairperson or whoever's running this part of the procurement process does have to do what Mel and Linda were saying. Download electronic copies, put them in a secure location. So there's a bit of a checklist of things to do. So that's really quite important. Otherwise it can become a little bit shambolic, and that's not what you need in the eval process. Okay, if you look at the slide, eval process aims to, it's a process. It needs to be done consistently by all the people doing it, and the chairperson has oversight of that. For those of you that have sat on an eval panel, how many went to a pre-evaluation briefing for the panel members? Yeah, Helen, what did you have?
Sorry, I kind of misunderstood the question.
Did the chairperson get the eval panel members together before the eval began?
Yeah, so everyone that was on the panel would, they'd get everyone on the panel together to in a room so they could sign the document, see who the responses were from, yep. Give a brief explanation on the evaluation scoring.
Yep. And basically I'll take them through, have you been on an eval panel before? Yes, no. If no, I'll take them through step by step and actually turn the pages of their workbook with them and tell them what they'll be doing and what I'll be doing, so that they have a clear understanding. And I'm always pushing confidentiality. And I say to them, the only time you discuss these offers is in the consensus meeting. There is no other reason to be discussing them with any person any other time unless you're raising an issue or concern to the eval chairperson. So secret squirrel, button it up, lock it down. It's not something you talk about at the water cooler. All right, so it's very much process. There's information about that on the LMS, on the Department of Finance website, and within the handbooks. And certainly talked about the process, and that's on page 39 of your workbook. All right, in terms of the panel, you will have clearly identified people that have the knowledge set that you require. And we looked at eval panel and suggested membership and all the rest of it. Why do you not want 10 people voting members on your eval panel?
Be too hard to come up with a consensus.
Oh, consensus would be huge, wouldn't it? And, you know, you'd really go, hang on a minute, who are the key stakeholders, and thin that herd out a little bit. Big, exceptionally large tenders, you might have an eval group for the first criteria, another eval group for the second criteria, if it's a really big, complex thing where a criteria response can be 20 pages. So you don't want one. Why don't you want one person?
Because it's just their opinion. There's no consensus. There's no...
Yeah, and where's the checks and balances and more points of view and all the rest of it? And that actually came up at the recent CCC inquiry, that the assessment was done by one person. So that's no good. Why don't I want even numbers?
You can have a tie.
Sorry, Peter?
You can have a tie. You want someone to break any tie.
Yeah, it's easier to kind of tie break if it's not even numbers a little bit. Question. I've done my exemption form. I've got bona fide sole supply approved. There is only one respondent. Do I have to do an evaluation process and handbook and report?
Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Make sure it's value for money.
Yes. And accountable decision making and all of the above. You still need to check for compliance. So absolutely. Because I've heard people go, oh, evaluation's not that important if it's a one-horse race. I say it is if the horse is lame. So, yeah, you need to do it. All right. Now, going through it live time, just say I'm the evaluation chair. I've got you all together, but I involved you in the procurement process earlier on, so you know it's coming. I still do my housekeeping. I will get, as Mel described, scan, download, whatever, and I have my electronic folder. I do the grunt work. And this might be different at different agencies, and I'll be asking for input around that. But generally, I do the front end of all the compliance stuff. So I will go through on each, because it's pointless getting each and every one of you reading the same compliance tables. So I will go through and tick off the yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes. You don't have to worry about that. And so that is all done. So that's almost my first level of sorting, because say there was a mandatory requirement that they're a qualified asbestos or registered asbestos remover or whatever. Any that don't meet that, I can discard at that point. If there are certain things that are deal breakers in this table, they don't go through to the next step. So you will then get the requests that have conformed sufficiently for you to do the qualitative requirement on. So you sit down and just say I have 5. Right, well, first I'll back up and just say, is that the way most of you have experienced it, that the chairperson has dealt with the conforming table? Kirsty?
I was just a little bit confused. I think we call ourselves a facilitator and we organise that, whereas the chairperson's the business area subject matter expert.
Yeah, there are, are you with Department of Finance?
No, WA Police.
Police. Okay, have you got your own procurement unit?
Yes.
Because sometimes you find that the procurement unit will do that.
Yep.
So it is different. But in terms of you being an eval panel member, do you have to check the insurances?
So as a facilitator, yeah, we
yes, because you because you're performing that facilitator role.
Yep.
Yeah, because how do you reckon it would go if everyone on the eval panel had a crack at it?
Yeah, so that's what I just wanted to clarify. What is the role of the chairperson in that sense then? Because they really only step in if there's a uneven number or something to try and guide it, or what's their role?
It depends how you set it up, because the chairperson can be voting or non-voting. Some agencies I've worked at where there's a procurement unit that doesn't own the buy, a senior procurement officer will chair and facilitate and do all the compliance stuff up front and just get the eval panel members in to do the qualitative stuff.
Okay.
That's often the way that it goes. I've seen some small agencies without a procurement unit just have some willing body give it a red hot crack, and that generally does not end well for everybody involved.
Like Kirsty, we actually have, I facilitate, we have a chairperson in our evaluation meetings, so we kind of separate it by the chairperson. He does all the talking, he kind of welcomes everyone, this is what we're evaluating, this is what it's for, blah, blah, blah. And me being the facilitator, I just kind of take notes and try and hurry things along if I feel that they're wasting time.
Yeah. So it depends. But the thing is, you are purposeful, because remember, I think it was in the procurement plan, you had to give some details around evaluation, and in the evaluation report. So in the summary report put together, excuse me while I just, there's a section for evaluation panel members, and it discusses voting, non-voting member / advisor. So you get to define their roles. So you can say the facilitator is non-voting and solely facilitate, whatever it is, as long as you capture it. My true preference, if I chair, I don't want to vote because I'm wholly and solely on process, and yeah. So just a little bit of thinking, and do try and make sure that your chairperson or facilitator has the skill set and experience required.
Linda, to separate the responsibilities where I work at CARS, Child and Adolescent Health, because we have a procurement team, we are really a service unit to facilitate the processes and minimise the workload, particularly for clinical teams. Yes. And therefore, we do basically almost all the work so that they can just focus on doing their evaluation, coming to consensus, and we try and avoid, like the plague, being on the panel as voting members. So we are instructed not, unless they're desperate for us to be involved, we generally never put ourselves on as voting members. We're just non-voting facilitators.
Yeah, because you're facilitating the process. I think that's really well described, John, that you worry about the process. They're the ones with skin in the game that own the buy, own the request, own the procurement of it and the evaluation. Yeah.
Yeah, we're just there to make sure there's probity, to make sure they stick to correct policy and process.
Yes.
Because we had one recently where the actual panel chair made a comment that he wanted a respondent scored low and not considered because he didn't like them. Right?
Oh, and the ceiling falling.
So that's the reason somebody like me is there, to make sure that we can advise them, sorry, you can't do that.
Yes, I have a similar scary story. A high-level manager walked in the room late, slammed files on the table and said, I really don't have time for this. Just tell me what I need to do or say so such and such gets it. And there was a Department of Finance rep in the room. And I just said, just leave. I'll remove you from the panel. And we had to do some pretty tricky footwork to keep that process going at that point. That nearly derailed the whole thing. So, moral of the story also is that members understand their role, their purpose, and the process. So, all of that's sort of done, all the qual requirements, you don't need to worry about if they're haggling about insurances at that point. You're just about the qual requirements. So when it comes to the qual requirements in your book, you'll have a sheet for every respondent, and you do each of their qual requirements. You put a score in and comments, and the comments can just be dot points. Just to remind you of what made you decide it was a 7 and not an 8. Because in a week's time for consensus, you're going to rely on those. All right, so you go through and do those. You have a comment on price and overall comments, and you do one for each. Now, here's a question for you, and I guess it comes down to preference, but I get asked this often. If I have 5 offers, should I do all of offer 1, all of offer 2, all of offer 3, or should I do the first qual requirement for all of them, then the second qual? Your thoughts, your experiences. What do you think?
I usually do one at a time.
Yeah.
And I normally do one a day.
What, to make them last longer?
Just because some of them can be so lengthy, and sometimes I can be asleep by the end of it. So I tend to try and spread them out if they're long, lengthy ones.
Yes. And it's also about being able to continue to be focused. It is hard. Does anybody do the first qualitative criteria for all 5? I've heard people say yes and no, and I get if they're really, really long, it feels like it was forever between when you thought about that qual criteria and the last respondent. Just make sure if you're piecemealing it, doing the first criteria for each response, you are not mixing up where you're writing your comments. But I just say whatever your preference is. All righty, so you go do all of that. You've got a time frame to do it in because you know when you're all getting together to do your consensus, and then it's time for consensus. Now, you will need to book a room. You will need to have given them access to fold. Don't forget your housekeeping if you're actually running that part of the process. That becomes really quite important. All right, and then as you mimicked in your activity, you did your individual scoring, then you went to consensus. All right, knowing that there were several groups, group 1. Group 1 was... Group 1, so it's a group with Anna in it. How did your consensus go? Did you all have the same scores originally?
Is that Anna as in Anna Chai or?
Oh, Anna C, yeah, Anna Chai. Sorry.
Right, so for the crash and burn, we weren't able to meet a consensus mainly because of the different interpretation of the evaluation matrix.
Yep. And what part of the evaluation matrix, what do you mean by different interpretation?
Yep, so some thought that a 0 meant that if the respondent didn't meet all of the criteria, then it just automates to a 0. Other thought that as long as they meet some criteria, it doesn't matter if they don't meet all of it, so a 0 was undeserving, and in the end we weren't able to meet a consensus, so we just went with majority rule and decided on a 5.
Okay, there's a big gap between a 0 and a 5. Did you utilise the descriptors in the table?
Yeah, but I think we had different interpretation of the number 0.
And I think that is where you go, okay, it does not address, or we are not confident that they will be able to satisfactorily meet the requirements. So you've got that wordsmithy stuff. What I often find is people through consensus, like I know that I tend to score really hard, and people go, oh, your 6 is actually a 7. But that's what consensus is for. Knock the sharp edges off and get it into... Okay, what was the spread of the scores?
It was 0 to 7.
Wow, that's a spread. All right. Group number 2, did you reach consensus? And group number 2?
Yes, we did reach consensus. Sorry.
Yep. All good. What was the spread of your scores, Pauline?
Well, I'm a high scorer, so it's a 0 and between 0 and 6.
Yeah, okay. And did you get a consensus score in the end?
Yes, we did on both of them. Yeah, we consensus for the crash and burn at a 5 and danger zone at a 2.
Great. And we'll talk about that process in more detail shortly. Room 3 with Carol in it. How did you go?
Well, as you can imagine, I was elected chair.
Yeah, that was pretty obvious.
It was well decent. Like exactly the same as Melanie in the... I thought it was a 0 because when it says you must have these qualifications, you must.
Yes.
Our scoring went from 0 to 6 and we settled on a 4. like Melanie was saying, that the week that we just added all the scores up and divided them, it came to 3.6.
And we'll get into decimals shortly. All right, what about group 4 with Deirdre's group? How did you guys go? Did you get consensus?
Yes,
so Deirdre,
yeah.
Sorry,
You
go on, John.
You go, Colin. No. You go, Katie, you summarised it.
So Deirdre's not in today, Linda.
Oh, gosh, I just picked name off. Yeah. Oops.
So initially, no, we didn't have the same scoring, but we talked it through and everybody gave their opinions and we did come to consensus at the end.
Yeah, what was the original spread of your scores?
So they were pretty, so John, it was from a kind of a 1 to a 3, 4, and then it was from about a 2 to 5 for the next one. Sorry, I didn't take it down actually. That was Kirsty.
Okay. So a bit of a
pretty low end.
All right. And what about the last group, Joe's group? In here. Okay, so Joe, Mel, Melissa, Sonia.
Yeah, that was group 1 with Anna in it.
Oh, did I mix you up? I did too. Yeah,
Last group would be ours, I think.
Yeah, it's Joe's
Community
group.
Services group. Yeah.
Yep.
So we fairly well agreed actually in what we scored them. But there were some issues where they weren't quite providing enough information about the training qualifications that were required, but there was one group better than the other.
Yep.
So, yeah, we settled on a 2 and a 5.
Yeah. Now, the whole big picture is the numbers themselves don't mean, oh, you're a 7, you've got it. It places the 7 above the 5. It's about a ranking, and it doesn't all end there, and we'll look at that in a moment. Okay, couple of things about consensus. And the eval rating scale for community services is slightly different. Their table looks different and has slightly different descriptors in there. Okay, 0, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And people have said, I want it to be a 2. The fact that it goes from 0 to 3 shows that, you know, non-performance is fairly absolute at those levels. I've had people say, can I use a 2? And I go, yeah, okay. I've then had people say, can I use decimal points? And I go, get real. No, let's not go down the road of decimal points. Whole integers, please, because we're really particularly going into consensus. Now, you can do arithmetic evaluation, and that is an option available in the NT. You have to specify is it consensus or by arithmetic. And basically you add them together and average them. Now, the problem with that is, say, for example, there are 3 scores and it's for a product, a piece of equipment maybe, and 2 people are raving about it. They're loving the thing and they're scoring really, really high. But the technical regulatory person says, hang on a minute, that's got asbestos in it. You can't even bring it into the country, let alone use it in public housing. Now, if I just did the mathematics and had a 7 and an 8 and a 0 and averaged it, it still comes with a score that is not a 0. 2 high scores will actually make up for a 0 non-compliance score. Yeah, it's not about the arithmetic. What it is about actually having the consensus discussion. And in a couple of groups, I gave an example of,
various people might score something really high, a 7 or an 8, but the ICT TECO specialist goes, it's not compatible with our security software. That would make me agree to drop my 8 to something really low. So it's through that discussion you all come to an agreed position. So how did that work? Give me some experience of how the actual consensus activity went from any group. What was it like?
I feel like it was a pretty unanimous decision.
Yeah, sometimes it can be fairly unanimous and, like I'm happy to go, yeah, I know I score hard. I take on board what you're saying from a user's perspective. That's absolutely valid. I'm happy to raise my score. Yeah, you're giving me new information I didn't consider. Yeah. So any groups not have consensus? There were a couple that didn't get consensus. What were the sticking points? Carol, what did you have? Yeah, Carol? Oh, you're muted, Carol.
There we are. No, it's off. Yeah, I think when some of the team read the document, which required certain certifications, they weren't there. They were for one of the staff members, but not the other. That was deemed a failure to fulfil the criteria by some, and others felt that because the Bill was qualified in everything, that we should at least, give merit to that.
If we had a criteria that said qualified in everything, I'd say, yeah, score it. But we don't have one that says qualified in everything.
Yeah,
if you know what I... Yeah. Okay, that happens. You might have a stakeholder that values functionality over the longevity of the item, and someone who does it the other way around. So you're not always going to agree. Chairpersons, how do you, or anybody from the group in fact, how do you manage that? You've got two different points of view and you're facilitating. How do you manage that?
Suggest that they meet in the middle?
Yeah, sometimes it's meet in the middle or sometimes it's come right down my end. That's where your dot points are critical.
Yes. I draw out the reasons why people gave particular scores and then generate some discussion about it.
Yes, because that's what leads me to move my position. Oh my goodness, it's got a banned substance in it. This is a no-go at all. It doesn't matter how cute and nifty the gadget is. This is no-go. I hear you. Yeah, I'm happy for a 0. I don't want it. No.
There was a good point that Jade raised in one of our evaluation that none of us picked up on other than her. So, and that was that one of the guys mentioned had 2,000 hours flying in 60 days. But if you times 24 by 60 days, it was like 1,200. But he put down that was 2,000 hours.
Yes.
So it kind of came out that it was a lie.
Yeah, and even then I'd go, is he on performance-enhancing drugs? What is that number? That looks a bit, And you pull up stuff like, one of them is not real experience, but she'll give it a red-hot crack, and you just go, ooh. So it's about sharing those points. It's not arguing and justifying your number. It's about picking a number that the whole group will agree with now that you've shared this additional information. This tells you also about the makeup of your eval panel. I always, rule of thumb, broad brushstrokes, go for operational owner. Who owns these outcomes? Who owns the houses that are being repaired? Budget owner, finance person, someone who's got accountability around the money, maybe the contract manager, maybe a policy instead. I purposefully pick who needs to be in that room. So, for example, the perfect eval panel for that exercise, someone that knows flying regulations.
Yep.
Someone that knows flying qualifications, who can look at one and go, you get that on the internet. So make sure you've got the right people in the room for that particular subject matter, procurement and business need.
Linda, I've found it helpful when you're facilitating and they get a little bit off track or their scores are all over the place to go back to the definitions of the evaluation scoring table and remind the panel members that, for instance, we had an evaluation where it wasn't facilitated by me, it was above 250, so it was out of our hands, but the evaluation report sort of didn't make sense and we had to get it reviewed because the evaluation report on one area gave a score of 5, but noted that the panel had some concerns and reservations about the respondent. Yeah. When you look at the definition of how to score, those two things don't compute. You can't give somebody a score of 5 and then say, we have reservations and concerns.
Yeah. We are confident, but we have reservations. It's a bit.
So I think reminding them of what the scores mean really helps because somebody may have some reservations. They've admitted on the panel they've got reservations, but they're digging their heels in wanting to give them a score of 5 or 6.
Yes.
And you need to remind them that that doesn't compute.
Yes.
You know, computer says no.
That's it. Eval panel says no. And I like the term you used, dig your heels in, had this discussion with a couple of the breakout rooms. Have you ever seen two parties take an opposed position and no one's going to concede an inch? And you know it's not even about the qual criteria. This is an old turf war and the fact that they don't play nicely together. Anybody ever seen that one?
I recently had that in a process where, as a result of internal politics, the whole process was decline all offers.
Look, it's something you never put in your risk management tables, but you do consider who will play cooperatively. Sometimes you have to, if you know that there's straight out no engagement between a couple of parties, how was that dealt with?
Basically, it was the panel chair writing up a business case that another non-voting member took over and took the credit for it, and there was a lot of clash in between. So there were a panel of 14, which was way too many, and it was hard to reach a consensus, and this was a two-staged approach for an ICT software system, and it was some really big companies put in for this process. So to reach this outcome in the end, they decided, well, we could do this in-house, and that's what they did.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, a waste of everyone's time and money.
And the marketplace...
It doesn't look good.
No, because they'll see another tender from you guys and go, not even putting pen to paper, 3 weeks of work and they didn't even award.
Yeah, well-established international companies put in.
Oh, reputational damage. And Sonia, you've just given us the poster child of what could go wrong in an eval process. Big panel, internal politics, process off the rails. In the end, dummy spit, no award.
And it was a very comprehensive specification where they had functional, non-functional requirements, highly detailed in spreadsheets. They even had a really good stage 1 or stage 2 process where the shortlisted respondents had to meet certain requirements and include certain things in their demonstration. So it was a 2.5-hour demonstration from each respondent. So it was very intense, but they just couldn't clearly demonstrate one core component of the ICT functionality, and they kind of based it back on that. But behind the scenes, there was a lot of politics as well. So
a little bit.
Didn't help.
No, he's got a
it was pretty stressful.
Yeah, we just noticed Mel's got a pink galah on her shoulder. That's very good. It's cute. But yeah, so there were issues with the offers, but the process didn't help.
The offers all presented well, but the ones that were most competitive were shortlisted, and after those ones were shortlisted, they had to actually present 2.5 hours worth of how are you going to demonstrate these functionalities. And they demonstrated most of them, but the core functionality on which I probably can say, but yeah, it was for it was for a incident reporting system. Workers' comp, and a core requirement was a workers' comp incident capturing system, which needed to tie in with risk cover.
Yes.
And a lot of these international companies don't know anything about risk cover because it's a state of WA Insurance Commission. So, and that was one of the core components that they couldn't really address. Everything else they could address, but that. Yeah. So after all these discussions, all this time, 4 different consensus stage 2 meetings as well. It was a lot of effort.
Yeah.
They just decided, and there was one ICT expert on the panel saying, well, how come we can't do this internally? And everyone went, oh, okay, let's do it internally.
Would that not have been something considered at the business case stage where you had to offer options?
Yeah, and they did their market research and everything. So, and it was through it went on an open tender, but they actually had an invitation list put together of the key ones that they identified from market research that they did for, I think it was ROI, request for information.
Yeah.
So they did all the right things, but in the end...
it just didn't come together.
Yeah, it didn't come together.
And, it sounds like on some aspects the offers failed because they didn't do what they needed to do, but in the background a bit of a shambolic eval process as well. It's something to be avoided at all costs. You do need to deal with panel members when they're combative. So you need to bring in all your negotiation skills, your conflict resolution skills. I mentioned to another group, I once saw that done so well by a very experienced facilitator when it was clear that 2 parties were just continuing ongoing fighting and would not concede a point to each other, and it was a real stalemate. And the room was being held hostage, basically. And the chairperson just casually said, so you assume you're going to lunch? We all went, oh, they did let us go to lunch, but it made us start thinking, hey, we need to move this along. And it was a full day eval session. It was finishing at 4 and at 3 o'clock. And this was a very high-profile thing that the chairperson knew they had the DG behind them, and basically said it's 3 o'clock, I want you to clear your calendars for tomorrow, which meant consensus this afternoon or we're back again tomorrow. And people were saying, I can't clear my calendar at short notice. I have the permission of the DG to direct you to do so. And all of a sudden, people were conceding points everywhere. It's a skill, a people management skill. But, if I can explain to you why this substance is banned and we can't even have it then we should all be able to go, yeah, that is a 0. So that's that whole consensus thing. How long does consensus take? The people have done really complex ones. How long does your consensus take?
How long is a piece of string?
If they're complex enough and you've got enough of them, you might need to schedule 5 one-day sessions.
Depends on how many offers you get.
That too. How complex they are. I've seen some where there's complex pricing that your financial guy goes off to the side, schmoozes it and creates a comparative spreadsheet for you so that it's easy to compare and stuff like that. But, yeah, how long is a piece of string? So, mental note to self, have a look at your procurement. If it is complex, on your timeline, give it more than a week. Give yourself a little bit of time, room to move. Sometimes what happens, and tell me if any of you had this scenario, I read ours and, I didn't read it that way. I interpreted it this way. Did any groups have a situation where I read something this way and someone else read something that way? Yeah, Peter, was that a yes? Yep.
That sometimes happens. That's why you should generally have any voting panel member review the qualitative criteria beforehand.
Yeah. But basically, in their responses, I might go, I took that to mean this, particularly if I'm not a technical expert. So, for example, I might go, just say one of the authors talked about simulated training hours or flying hours. And an expert in the room goes, they're not counted. Oh, I thought they were. And so I might have misunderstood, which is why I scored high. That's the importance of these conversations. Here's a scenario. We're reading through, and because it's an overseas product, some prices are quoted in Australian dollars, some prices are quoted in American dollars. And we actually see one price figure that doesn't indicate if it's US or Australian. What do we do?
Doesn't the tender indicate what you need to be pricing in?
Yeah, but they actually wrote in text in part of their submission for product suitability. They mentioned a price and it just wasn't. I get what you mean, the majority is in pricing table, but just say you needed something to define whether it was Australian or US dollars.
Seek a clarification.
Seek a clarification. Who doesn't?
Or if you wrote it in the tender that everything should be Australian dollars, you make it that and then they have to keep to that pricing.
Yeah, but I'm still looking at a figure that, and just if we take the price aspect out of it, whether something is not clear, whether they install it, or there's something we are not sure of, how do we seek a clarification?
You can, one, you have to make sure that they're not the only ones that are missing this point because you want to make sure it's fair. But I normally just do it by email on behalf of the agency.
That is one way to do it. You can, and why do you do email, Jade?
So I've got a written record of what I've asked them and what they're responding with.
Yep, and that's really important. As we said, a clarification clarifies they cannot add or subtract from their offer.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say it has to be like a yes or no question.
Yeah, to a degree you try as much as you can. For example, you don't want them saying, but, you know, while you're asking about this, please note I can also install it at blah, blah. No. If that wasn't in your offer, no. There is a request for clarification and it's a template, and a lot of people do that one and then email it to them. So in writing, it identifies what information is required. So who seeks the clarification?
Panel chair.
Panel chair. Eval members do not contact respondents directly. Got to be the panel chair. Yeah. All righty.
Or the facilitator.
Yeah, I think we're using panel chair and facilitator interchangeably. Yeah. All righty. That is very important.
Sorry, Linda, just a quick question.
Sure.
With clarifications, do you need to distribute them to all the eval panel for approval first?
Not so much for approval. There's a couple of ways that this can go down. During the individual scoring, I might have a panel member go, Linda, I think I need clarification around this. I look at it and go, yes, we need clarification from the respondent on that part of their offer. I will contact the other eval members and just say, be aware, I'm seeking clarification on this matter for them. So they know that there could be more information coming. Sometimes individuals as such miss it and it becomes apparent during your discussions during consensus. Oh, you read that way. Oh, you read that way. All right, we better ask them to clarify.
We actually had a similar situation where we kind of didn't really identify that we needed clarification until after award.
That's worst of all, that one.
Yeah.
And how'd you go with it? Did it end up being a variation?
No, it was actually for after I went back through some documents, I read it one way where the price was actually going to be more than what a previous another submission was. So we actually ended up paying more for this truck than, not that it's all about price, but there was a much lower offer that could have been more suitable. But it's been awarded, so yeah.
And even then value for money comes into it.
Yeah.
But so with clarifications, huge probity considerations around it. Very important. Can't add to, alter the submitted offer, does not constitute a negotiation. Can you clarify this means this? So say, for example, they make reference to 3 depots and they say it will be returned to the depot. Which one? The one in Newman or the one in Perth? So that would be like a clarification. They're not adding to the service or changing that. Oh, no, I meant the Metro depot. Okay. All righty. So that's very important with clarifications. Just to sum up the consensus exercise, are they always quick?
No.
No. How important is process?
Very.
Critical. And be aware around the record keeping requirements, probity requirements. It's a really touchy part of the process. So make sure you're doing it right. Helen, you had your hand.
Yeah, just a quick question. I just wanted to check, do most people tend to request references from those listed before the evaluation meeting, or do they generally wait until they've got a preferred respondent and then just do reference from the preferred?
I put it to the room.
To me, if one of the evaluation member is listed as the referee, then it's up to the facilitator to seek the referee report prior to even starting the process. Otherwise, I think the normal process for us is we do it, after the evaluation team has recommended the list of respondents, if 1 or 2, whatever. So that is our normal process.
Okay, what came up in comments is it depends how it's written into the request, and particularly for 2-stage processes, you might have referees called in stage 1 leading to shortlisting for stage 2. Depends what's in your request. I've seen it done a couple of ways. In some ways, if they've identified a referee for previous performance criteria, I like to take that reference and consider it for the scoring of that criteria. Because past performance, that reference only counts for that criteria. It doesn't count for organisational capacity, because the referee from the contract last year has got no idea whether they've added plant, staff. They can't. So it really does depend on...
Okay, so I'm just looking at the request for quote template from Department of Finance, and it looks like it's actually part of the qualitative criteria for organisational capacity experience. So would you request those responses to provide the panel?
Yeah, they normally say, and yes, as Sonia said, that's just a guide because it is in the font that you can change in a request. Normally what they ask is for them to name 2 referees that we then contact.
The referees are normally done as like due diligence, which is to reinforce the evaluation panel's recommendation. So that's when I normally seek them.
Yeah, and as you can see, there's a little bit of variety. The important thing is it must be consistent for the whole process. So don't get a reference for that one, but not that. Try a degree of consistency there. But it absolutely depends on the nature of what you're buying, the nature of the reference being given, and what you've got written in your request. All righty. Okay.
We've actually just done we've just done a contract and we couldn't decide between 2, so we kind of left the meeting and we're going to get referee checks and see how they come back and see if we can make a decision based on that.
It's really hard when they're close. If it's really tight scoring, referee checks can assist. Absolutely.
Sorry, Linda. Quick question. A colleague recently had one where the referee was someone who's on the eval panel, so they removed them from the eval panel. Is that what you would do if that occurs? I don't know the right answer.
Yeah, no. If someone's a referee, right at the beginning of the procurement process, I probably would have excluded myself or declared it as a potential conflict of interest. Because imagine how this looks. I'm in consensus going, they're fantastic, and everyone else is going, they're rotten. Let's call the referee check. Yeah, I told you they were fantastic. There's some conflict there.
I recently had one where the current incumbent was nominated the panel chair as the referee. And what happened in that scenario was because they know the business and they're actually providing the business and have been for a couple of decades, to be honest, is the panel chair actually put noticed that at the beginning of the process and actually drafted a performance review on them and provided a referee check for her right up front.
I've also had that happen. We just had to put the referee report in the filing well before it actually got to that stage in the evaluation.
Yep. Okay. Good practice around that. I've never had to do that, and I'm twitching somewhat because I'm like, probity, I must have my ducks in a row if I'm going to do that. Anna's got a question about pricing, but Anna will get on to pricing shortly. Please remind me of the question then. All right. So the important thing also is your eval handbooks describe the process. You can't halfway through decide to change it. You cannot decide to change the weightings. So it's about process and process compliance all the way. That's really important. Excuse me. Now, back to share screen. Start one. Okay. Looked at that. Okay, after qual requirements, and we do consider price when you're doing individual scoring, etc. However, and we did clarifications. Do you recognise this table?
Yes, of course.
Because you're all haunted by it. It's a complex, and I've seen spreadsheets that will automatically do the maths for you. I've also worked with an amazing contract officer that can do this in her head.
Oh my God.
I was sitting next to her with a calculator and embarrassed myself and put it back in my bag. She's got this, and real giveaway, she was filling it out in pen. She doesn't make mistakes. It was amazing. Anyway, exactly. And I was just like, whoa, I am impressed. All right. Looking for my, where you find it is in the write-up, which is the evaluation report that your facilitator or chairperson is doing. So they've done all the pre-qual stuff. You've gone in and you've done your qual requirement individual assessment. Then you got in for consensus. And then we populate this table. So basically, the good news is if you came to a consensus score of 6, you'd put it in the raw score. If that's an Excel table, it would populate it with the weighting. Because remember, one criteria might be worth 40%, another criteria is worth 20%. That's how the weightings come in. It gets very mathematical at this point. And you've got respondent A, respondent B, respondent C, and you populate the raw scores, the weightings apply, and then that gives you the percentage score.
So just to, it's actually different depending on whether you're doing the over 250 or under 250.
In what way?
Well, the evaluation is good, poor, satisfactory. It's not a 0 to 9.
That's the simple method, simple term.
But under 250.
Oh, yeah. I've not seen the simple method. Where's that?
So just in the under 250 written quote template suite.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, okay, yeah. So the under 250, I'm thinking over 250.
Yeah, so over 250 is 0 to 9.
Yeah.
But under 250 is a poor, fair, satisfactory scoring system.
All right, I'll need to check that out. I haven't kept an eye on under 250 for some time. Thank you for that. But we are assuming over 250 in keeping with your scenarios. So each respondent ends up with a total weighted score. Then they've got their pricing, Inc. GST. Then you apply buy local preferences if they apply. That gives you the total price, GST, and you've got a price ranking. So you do actually get the scenario that you might have a mediocre score with a really excessive price. You might get 2 that have got the same price, but one has scored well, one has not. So you look at pricing and quality to get your value for money. The cheapest does not always win. Yep. The good news is, as I say, your facilitator or chairperson will do that for you, but that then allows a ranking that then allows you to make recommendations. And the end of the actual evaluation report has a recommendation that then goes to the accountable authority to sign or not sign off on. So that is qualitative scoring. That becomes the pointy end. Now with recommendations, done up by the chairperson, when they do the report, everyone on the eval team reads it and signs it off. Approvable by accountable authority. Endorsement of the recommendation gives approval to award. And you might require some negotiation of terms and conditions, but that's fine because that will be done in the next module. We'll look at award and negotiation. Has anybody ever had the accountable authority or delegate not agree with the recommendation? And I'll stop sharing so I can see if you can do this. Anybody ever had that the accountable authority went, I know that you're recommending number 1, but I want to go with number 2? Mel?
So not quite, but we have one at the moment that basically the accountable authority will not sign off on it until our chief financial advising officer will sign off on it. and the CFO refuses to sign off on it. So it is currently a stalemate.
Oh. Yeah, that does great things for your timeline. There are some instances I'm aware of, recommendations said respondent A, the next one was respondent B, the accountable authority went, no, it's going to respondent B. Now, in that particular scenario, the respondent A was a lot cheaper. However, because of the operational risk, failure was not an option. It was not about price, wanted quality, safety, and was prepared to pay through the nose for it. And the accountable authority has the right to do that.
So what would you do in that case? You'd just scrap everything that you'd kind of done and just go, what was the point in that? If you're just going to...
You do that at home while eating Tim Tams. Very, very. But basically you go, hey, they're paid the big bucks, it's their stuff.
Well, next time I just give you the responses and you can make a decision rather than wasting 4 people's time.
Where's the dartboard? There's that one I've heard a few times. Just throw a dart and pick them that way. Okay. But what is really important is that you don't retrospectively change the record that is your handbook and your evaluation report.
But surely there's going to be some State Supply Commission policies that would be breached if he's just gone, no, I don't like that one, I want that one, because...
That's why Department of Finance don't award. They can either support or not support, but they don't award. It is that's why accountable authority. And that's where defensible decision making comes in. And they have to defend that decision. They're paid the big bucks. That sits in their job description, not mine. I just do my job in that when they come back and say they do not want to sign off on this, blah, 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 I'll actually do a file note and send it up, which allows them to identify if they want the second one and sign off. And that's my record keeping complete. But yeah, it's the accountable authority's decision. Now, pricing, who asked about pricing?
Before we go to pricing, Linda, can I ask you a quick one? Actually, it's related to pricing as well.
Sure.
Like, what are your comments on, normally what we do is we even do not provide pricing information to the evaluation members. We only give them, the qualitative criteria response so that their comments are not influenced by pricing. Yeah. Especially when you have the existing contract management team. I mean, one or two of the evaluation members are part of the existing contract management team. But given there can be quite complex pricing schedules for different type of contract, like fire services that we had, plus the mechanical services as well, where the list of assets and the schedule of rates had to be analyzed in a very complex way. So in that case, is there sort of a rule of thumb that you can suggest, or what do you think is the best way? Whether it is good for the whole process, not for the evaluation panel members not to see pricing first and actually be independently comment on qualitative criteria. But at the same time, after they finish that, maybe do you think we shall start the pricing sort of discussion after we've actually received the comments from all the evaluation panel members going forward, or normally it's up to the facilitator to analyze and recommend, to which at times there could be some disagreements? And
it's almost a combination of all of the above. As long as you pick a strategy from the get-go going into your procurement process, not making the call to do it that way once you've started. So taking on the complexity. I personally always do my qual criteria first and then look at pricing separately for the very reasons that you've said. When it's exceptionally complex, I have seen that's where you get your financial advisor in, who might create a comparative spreadsheet. I'm thinking of a contract for a range of products and services that they had to put in a pricing table, and it had maybe 20 elements in it. Well, respondent A might be cheap on the first 5, but then expensive on the next 3, and then and it's a moving feast because the other one's really expensive on the first 3 but cheap on the next. And it's not that you just add them up, it depends how much you use of each thing. So I've actually seen a financial spreadsheet against each schedule of rates. They modelled their anticipated next year's use and then put a confidence part of 10% either side and modelled the figures and said, this is what we think we're going to use next year. If we actually used this next year, if their pricing table applied, this is what you'd spend. So it really does depend. And I have seen those pricing tables be done where it just says respondent A, B, C, D, so the financial guy who's not voting doesn't even know whose is what. Peru asks, what if you don't provide them pricing info at all prior to the consensus?
No, that's actually to Sonia. Sonia actually said it's so hard for panel members not to be influenced by pricing. So I was just commenting on her.
Yeah. Okay. So you need to know if that's going to be an issue for your evaluation, and if so, if you purposefully want people to do the qual criteria first, release that information to them first, and at the end of the week release the price. It depends, but what's important, don't make this up on the go. This should have been in your planning for your eval process. Yeah, the 2-envelope tender process does exist, as Peter's identified, but it's predominantly construction, in my experience, and that's used an awful lot in the NT. So they put their qual requirement stuff in one envelope and they put their pricing stuff in the other envelope. Only those who have passed, this is Darwin, and Peter, tell me if it's different, only those who have passed the qualitative criteria get to have their prices looked at.
Wow, that's very good.
No, not necessarily.
That's NT system that I'm familiar with. What's ours?
We evaluate everyone. They get the qualitative criteria. Before anyone sees the pricing or any voting member sees the pricing, there's do you want to lock it in? Because you can't go back and readjust after, and then we see everyone's.
Yeah. Either way, I like the principles, though, that and some, if a 0 is scored, they're not going to get a Guernsey, so you don't go onto the price evaluation and stuff like that. Know what process is applied and just apply it. Yeah. Now, someone asked about lump sum pricing. Was that you, Anna?
Not lump sum pricing. I was asking about price negotiation.
Price negotiation? Yep.
I know that we used to say, this is a long time ago, say that that's the price and that's it. But I heard recently that you can actually negotiate price now. And used at what stage?
Now we need to be really careful around this. Negotiation, so you've got your preferred respondent and you might have little things to iron out around negotiation. Now, I have heard people say, and we'll try and get a price reduction. Hell no. If you are negotiating price because you're changing...
I think we've done it before.
I know, but what that is called, second bite bidding. And it is strong.
Sorry, can you just say that again?
Back to me if there's anything outstanding from configuration, and then I'll try and get back to you.
Somebody's got background... great, thank you. That's called second bite bidding, and it's a big no-no. We have asked them to offer their best price. And then our next engagement with them is thumb screws. If we do that,
We will teach the marketplace not to provide their best offer first off. They will provide fat on it so they've got room to lower it in negotiation. Hell no. Yet I hear it time and time. Yeah, let's see if we can reduce the price. No.
Linda,
because if they refuse to move on price, what's your fallback position? All right, I'll go for the second preferred. You are now playing them off against each other for price reduction. Don't want to see you in the triple C.
Right. I apparently heard, I don't know if it's true, but I think it was an ED where Director General just said that it's ridiculous that we can't negotiate on price.
And I'm sure that's someone who has never done procurement and possibly not come from government. I've seen these things massacred because people think they're in private. When you can't do that. We are government. We must not be the bully. We must not throw out the net, grab all these respondents and then pit them against each other to lower their best offer.
Exactly.
It's big no-no. Yet I hear it all the time and I just go, thin ice, people. And the last thing you want is to actually train the market to give you an elevated offer, not their best price, just to protect themselves if you try and negotiate a lower price with them once you've selected them as a preferred respondent.
I think in the last 6 to 12 months, Linda, I've started to see some indication sometimes from the Department of Finance that we are bending a little bit towards, if not full-blown second chance bidding. Certainly we are treading on thin ice, and whilst no one is prepared to put it in writing, that's an instruction from high up, it seems to me that a couple of the procurements that I've had facilitated, that some of the processes that are being followed within our team, we would call it second chance bidding, but within finance they're saying, no, it's okay to do that. The way we're going about it is okay. Yeah. And I understand where they're coming from, but I still think it's a very dangerous path. We're going down the dark side, and if we think we can get away with it and do it subtly, I think it will bite us in the bum.
Hugely, because the industry talks. The sector talks. They are in opposition to each other as in competition with each other, but at the end of the day, in them and us, they're suppliers, we're the buyer. And if we try that, play them off against each other, all sorts of problems. Imagine if they really stuck to their guns and said, fine, not negotiating, my offer stands. Are you going to go down to preferred respondent number 7?
My understanding is that they don't do preferred respondents against each other. They'll pick someone that's most suitable, and if the price is higher than they think that they should be paying, they'll ask, look.
And put it this way.
Yeah, and then they'll still go with them irrespective of what they say. They'll just try it.
If you get me in a negotiation, I'll call your bluff. My price is firm. You asked me for my best offer. I gave you my best offer. Why has your position changed? Like, yeah, if you're not good at negotiation, I wouldn't lead with that. Yeah.
The concern is, though, that this path we're talking about going down is coming from higher authority than our individual procurement teams.
Yes.
And I mean, you can tell me I've done it incorrectly, but recently I had a case where at preferred respondent stage, we didn't negotiate price, but I checked with my director, and what I did was ask for price clarification. And we had a procurement that had an approved budget of $140,000.
Yeah.
And the quote from the preferred supplier was $630,000. What we simply did was sat down with them and asked them to identify every element of the price structure so that we could look at maybe there's sections of the price we could remove. Maybe we don't need everything. And they actually sat with us and worked out better ways to package the service, the after-sales service, the parts, the training, and we got the price down by 40%. And we didn't go in to negotiate their price. We asked to break down the price so that we could work out if there's a better way to package it.
Look,
do you see anything wrong with that?
No, I see that as sound because they didn't change an individual dollar figure.
No,
they just said, you're right, that should not be included. So, but what you want to avoid for that second bite bidding or second chance bidding is, can you do it for cheaper? Because it really does start getting into the, legislation around fair competition, not abusing your market status, all that sort of stuff. That's me saying you're preferred, but that can go away like that if you don't drop your price.
I'd be interested to hear comments from people in our group who work for the Department of Finance as to whether they are getting that sort of indication from above that it's okay to negotiate price at preferred respondent state.
Yeah.
So sorry, the GCOC actually says in 2.4 selection of preferred respondent, the contract authority or customer may choose to negotiate any aspect of the offer. Pricing is actually included in that offer. So technically, obviously it has to be used carefully, but it is allowed by the GCOC. And so I've had instruction before to say that it is allowed.
Yes. However, you've got to look at what that intention is for. Say, for example, we're changing, the negotiation is talking about I cannot deliver it. My preferred time frame to deliver is longer, yours is shorter. If you want me to deliver it in a shorter time frame, I need to change the price. Those are the sorts of negotiations. To simply say, I'm going to squeeze you to get a better price. It is starting to get into that area, like John said. Put it this way, in terms of Department of Finance, while delivering one of these courses, there was a finance person in the room, and we did deal with a second chance bidding, and afterwards they said that needs to be an emphasis because it is problematic behaviour.
Yep.
Because, you will just encourage everybody to mark up their prices by 10%. So they've got some wriggle room when you squeeze them before award. Whereas the message we're trying to give, best and final offer. Give me your best price up front. I'm not going to dance around the room with you.
My understanding was because we used to say that's the price and that's final, they used to mark it up more than 10%. And
what that means they're in competition with others.
I think it's like what Anna said, we've already noticed that in some of these industries, they're building in a lot bigger buffer than they need to.
Yes.
And especially like for health, for example, we know what they're currently paying and we're seeing companies put on a 40-50% markup. So it's not so much asking for a reduced price, it's saying in a price clarification, why are we currently paying this for consumables but you want to charge us 50% more?
Yeah.
And then suddenly they all back off and lower their prices to half of what it was.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, look, we didn't ask for that, but you've done it.
Yeah. And I think that might be better off. I think that there's possibly, I don't know all the details, but I think there are other ways that you can deal with that. For example, a pricing table that asks them to identify the price of the product and the percentage markup. Because that looks ugly when you look at it in a table. It costs you $10, Bobby, charging you $350. So sometimes I've actually heard, it will be cost plus 15%. I've seen that as a pricing schedule.
Linda, I think one of the points we're missing here, if we're going to go down this path, and refer to the general conditions and use that as a method to negotiate price, go hard on price at preferred respondent stage. That is not a fair and equitable way of doing a procurement. And to me, that breaches state supply policy, because let's say you've got two companies that make an offer, and one company makes the offer at $1 million and the other one's $900,000. You go to the company that's $1 million, make them preferred respondent, and then nail them to the wall on price in negotiation, and they drop the price to $850, and you pat yourself on the back and say, look what I've done, I've just saved us $150. However, what you didn't do, you didn't give respondent B the same opportunity.
Exactly.
Respondent B, given the same opportunity, may have offered $700. So
exactly.
I just think it's just so dangerous to go at somebody at preferred respondent stage and try and screw them on price, because you are not giving all respondents the same opportunity.
That's it, and that's why they call it second chance bidding or second bite bidding, and it is very dangerous. Now, when you say it breaches State Supply Commission, it's not only that, and that's what we're most familiar with, where it's open, fair, unbiased, but if you take it to the legislative base that sits higher, when you're talking about anti-corruption, trade practices, that you must not misuse your power. You must not, there's those sorts of things. Now, we've got all these extra rules that private practice doesn't have, because in the private industry, you're just known as a bad apple. I've worked with a supplier that works for a multinational building company, and he comes to me and goes, they're dogs. They're rough, and they're going to try and screw me. Let's have a look at this, this and this, and it's generally around variations and all the rest. So there are players out there with a bad name. We don't want a bad name. Government is already considered a bit of a bully, so we do need to be careful. But we're sort of branching out to the strategic level now. If you are going to do that, you make sure that you have the right authority and the support, because if someone turns around and complains to the minister, be careful. Stevie?
Going the other way, if the respondent comes back and it's lower than your budget or way lower than the other respondents, can you then ask them to clarify to make sure everything's included? Or
so if you get an offer that's really, really low?
Yeah. Yes, and then if they came back and said, oh, we forgot this, can we accept their offer?
Look, usually not, but in saying that...
That has happened.
It does happen. I'm just not aware of a policy that specifies around that. That's getting into incomplete offer for me, not just clarification.
Normally what we used to do, Linda, is whenever we had that, as Stevie said, we used to ask for clarification, and if they accept that, yes, we have forgotten, and we say, okay, you have to withdraw your offer now. We'll go back to the other guys. So we actually ask them to withdraw.
Yeah. I do know in the NT, but they've got policy that supports this. If it's, and it names a certain percentage below the median offer, you can query it to make sure that the price is in fact valid for consideration and you haven't left stuff out.
Yeah, we also do that if, like, after going through all the qualitative, evaluation, and if this person is still in the running, if this person is far away behind and, qualitatively have failed, there's no point asking them to clarify, because obviously they have already failed qualitatively, so there's no point. Otherwise, if they're still in the running qualitatively, then yes, maybe you go back and you can ask them to clarify. And if they say, yes, sorry, we have forgotten, this is our new price, we say, sorry, no, we can't do that.
No, but you've excluded them because the price isn't sound. And that makes sense. I've got a comment from Peter. But exactly what are people saying to get them to reduce their price? Are there alternatives or scope negotiations? What exactly? Honestly, if I were in a room and somebody, the only point of negotiation is can you do it for a better price, I would probably leave the room. I feel that uncomfortable about it.
With works, I think that sometimes, with works, Linda, I think there's a bit of a practice for scope negotiations, I think happens. Like sometimes, normally with big works contracts, Peter, I'm sure will know that obviously we have the PTE being, done by the QS and all that. So I don't think there is going to be a big gap, a big difference between the tendered price and PTE. But then from maintenance side of things, sometimes where we don't have scope to engage a QS and where there is a massive gap between our estimate and the response and the received price, then we do sometimes tend to sort of negotiate, by sort of prioritizing what is actually required by the school or by whatever the site is, and asking the contractor to actually leave that chunk of work, and then we can do that at a later stage. And then,
but you're moving stuff around that triggers a price change, as opposed to, I know you bid this, but I've got the thumb screws on, can you do it for cheaper? And it's a threat that you may no longer be the preferred respondent.
Yeah.
Yeah, so be cautious. I'm just very aware of the time and the fact that you're all going to fall asleep if I don't let you have a coffee. All right, we have actually gone a bit into the breakout room, but that's okay. Very valuable discussion, and certainly when it comes to what that current practice is in some of your business units, I don't know. But just be aware of the sensitivities, and it's not just get in there and knock them down to the lowest possible price. Okay. I will bring you back at 3. I'll put you into your breakout rooms. Definitely caffeinate. Ooh, I nearly hit end all meeting. Oh, scared myself, I just did. All right, I need coffee too. In your breakout room, we're going to have a look at award and finishing up. So what I want you to do is have a look at the LMS session 12 SCORM in your breakout room and look at closing out the contract while you have a coffee, and I'll bring you all back together at 3. Okay, you should have had the opportunity to go through the SCORM, have a cup of coffee. Now's time for a big shoulder roll. We're on that last session. We are nearly there. All right. So in terms of closing out the process, have a look at the award slide in your workbook. So it's after recommendations, award. Now we're just going to touch on this because the next module very much focuses on negotiation and award. So we're just going to touch on this because it closes off the eval process, but we'll explore it in a lot more detail in the next module.
Sorry, Linda.
Yep.
Just quickly, I wasn't even able to open session 12. I just wanted to check if anyone else had that same issue.
I couldn't open it.
Couldn't open it either.
Same.
Does anybody
lock it from the browser?
I couldn't open it in Google Chrome, but I could open it in Explorer.
Okay. I'm really not the technical person to ask. If you have a problem with it, give Maddie a shout at Scope. I know that Maddie's just left the office and is transiting home. So flick her an email and she'll get back to you. So those who could open it, pop-up blockers can stop the window from opening. So if you've got a pop-up blocker, that did get me once before on that LMS. So
where is everyone actually? So you're going down to, in LMS, you're going down to number 12, closing out the process, and then what are you actually meant to be clicking on?
The box, the yellowish box with the brown.
So closing out the process, e-learning?
Yes.
Okay, and then it's got allow once or options for this site. Do you reckon I should just put allow? Yocta pop-up.
Oh, that's your pop-up blocker, yeah. Mine probably got that one.
Yeah. That working for you, Helen?
No, it's come up with something, but it's not. Oh, hold on. It's like a... Okay, I think it's working.
And do you see a blue box that says enter?
No, I've got... It says start course, and then it's got a details. So it says you have conducted the evaluation and the panel now has a consensus. What next? And it's got clarification and recommendation or award. So it's like a multiple choice question thing. I don't know what this is.
Yeah, I'm not seeing the same screen as you. So if you can't open it, flick Maddie an email and she'll get back to you. But I'm of very little technical use to you. Apologies. All right, going back to the award slide in the workbook. Apply delegations. What do I mean by apply delegations at award?
Make sure the right person signs up.
Right person.
With the right limits?
With the right limits. Look at your delegation register. Now, be aware that some of these are things to behold following MOG, that not all agencies have been condensed to a single delegations register. Up until recently, I know some agencies still had different delegation registers for different branches where agencies actually squeezed together. So make sure, right person, right amount, cost threshold. Earlier in discussion we said sometimes it goes through internal committees as part of the award process. So also consult your agency's policy and procedures. But you apply the delegation, you capture the decision, and then you do the award letter. Award the contract, use your templates, publish on Tenders WA. You start planning for contract management at that point if you haven't started already, and we'll be covering that off in another unit. And it's a key thing to determine, is a contract management plan required? What's the price threshold which is compulsory under state supply?
5 mil.
5 mil. And is that the only time you do a contract management plan?
Yep.
Helen, I think that was your think bubble that came out of your mouth. That is often the way. In all honesty, it is often the way.
If it's high risk.
High risk or complexity.
Contentious, yeah.
If it's complex and there's many stakeholders and many moving parts, I as a contract manager will not be across this unless I've got a robust contract management plan, because it may not be the only contract that I'm managing. Now, Katie asked, does anyone have a separate procurement delegation to a financial delegation? Some agencies do. Yeah, I've seen some agencies have a separate delegation for HR and then a separate delegation schedule for everything procurement. So it depends. See what your agency has got, because that certainly can vary. But
yeah, it's always an issue with us.
What's yours like? What have you got, Katie?
So we have a financial delegation, and our DG is the only accountable authority, so he's the only one that can enter into a contract.
That's right, I remember that.
But there's some, like, obviously EDs and DGGs, they're like, oh, well, I have a delegation up to 250, so I can sign this contract. And it's like, no. And then it's like you're bruising their ego. You tell them that they can't.
Design a briefing note that you can put on the front of it that they can sign, and then actually give it to the delegate. You know, but I understand. I understand what you're saying. So, and be aware that depending on what's happening with MOG and whether or not your agency is integrating all these things, you might have started the procurement process with approvals from Fred, but in the 5 months that it's taken, Fred may not have that same delegation. Don't just go back to Fred. Yeah, we're in that much flux and change. Really check it's the right person. Once again, it's your internal process. Some people just want a cover note on it. Some people just want the thing. Some want a briefing. Whatever you need to do. Can you get all those signatures in one business day? It's a rare day if you do. Peter,
good luck.
Yeah, don't bank on it. And that's another spot on your timeline. Chuck 3-4 days in there. So you might say, approval on the 1st, don't make the next action till the 5th, like award letter sent. So you've got a few days there and, yeah. Okay, so...
Linda, we've even had cases where been held up by more than a month because somebody was acting in the role of director in a business area and just said, I'm not signing it. You can wait until the director's back. She's back in 4 weeks. I'm only acting and I'm not signing it.
Oh, gosh, yeah. And I have heard of that before, but not for 4 weeks, and it's a nightmare. And straight away, you've got no control over that. What immediately springs to mind for you to check?
Timelines.
Timelines, because the clock is ticking on what? Not the commencement date. Think about the offers.
Validity, yes.
Yeah. You grab yourself a calendar and go, crikey, that will actually take us 3 weeks over the offer validity period. What do you then need to do? How are you going to manage that?
I did get it signed off within a week because I asked the acting director if they had any objection to me going one step up to the executive director and got the executive director to sign off.
Perfect. You can always escalate. You can't bring it down. Perfect operational solution. But just say you didn't get that and you know that that's going to expire. What do?
You have to contact every single respondent to ask them to extend their offer validity for that period.
Yep. And before you just charge off and do that, you pull out your conditions of contract and see what the requirement is, and it will tell you it must be in writing, so no phone call. So you do it that way. Yep. And you got to take the rough end of the stick because some will say, I'm sorry, I can't extend that offer validity period. And they're not being mean and uncooperative. Just say I'm a supplier. You're not the only gig in town. I might be waiting on 3 or 4 outcomes for offers I've submitted. And I might just go, I can't extend that because I've got other offers in. And, I can't have too many irons in the fire because if they all get awarded at once, I've got a problem.
So what would that mean? Would that mean that you exclude them from further consideration?
Yeah, because that price is no longer set. And you're not going to go down the road of, can you give me a second price? Because then you've no longer got an even playing field. So your first, final, best offer, can you extend that or can you not? I've not heard of an instance where we accepted a higher pricing then. So check. If the planets align, it won't be a problem, but it may do. Be aware of it, be on the front foot and manage that. That's very important. All right, that takes us to debrief. And we touched on this before. You're dealing with people. It's not just business. I mean, a debrief to a large corporation is one thing. A debrief to a little mum and dad business is another thing. They sometimes have more invested in the game. All right. So, now at the point you're sending out the award letter, you are also sending out the unsuccessful letters. And the letter does say you can request a debrief. Who will give the debrief? Who do you think?
The chairperson?
Yeah, the chair. So the person who facilitated the process has an understanding of the performance, summarisation and the selection process, is giving the debrief. So what's really important, you might have been on the eval panel, what is your response if an unsuccessful respondent rings you and goes, hey, Linda, can you give me some feedback on my... How are you going to deal with that?
Refer them back to the chair?
Yeah, just say I'm not authorised and so I can't. Please contact the person in your unsuccessful letter, which is so-and-so. Yeah. Conducted by the eval chairperson. It's beneficial to the respondent. Why?
So they can know where they went wrong.
They can work out what they did wrong, and what will that help them with?
Improve for the next time?
Improve for the next time, absolutely. It also sometimes gives them confidence that we were fair. They thought they put in a great offer, but when we point out this was the problem with your offer, that didn't actually meet the spec, you go, oh, you're right. Okay. And at that point, they no longer feel that you're playing favourites, because that's always a consideration in the criticism of the industry. So they can get that sound understanding and improve and have confidence in the process. If you understand why you've failed, then you're more likely to be okay with it. It is always of benefit to us for those very same reasons. It develops the respondents and their capacity to put in a good offer, and it also encourages confidence in fairness of our system and how we do our procurements. How do you prepare for a debrief? As people have done debriefs. What do you do? Mel, what do you do?
So I organise debriefs quite regularly, and what I'll do is I will set up, well, first of all, I need to ask one of the voting panel members to actually deliver the debrief. It's not going to be me. I mean, I'll do it if I'm the last person standing, but anyway, so organize one of them to deliver it, but I will prepare speaking notes for them, and it's basically copy-pasted from the evaluation report. They shouldn't really be saying anything outside of the evaluation report, all right? So what they're doing is they're representing the voting panel members in their final deliberations. So then I give that to them. I really stress that they need to stick to the script. And then I organize the respondents to come in at the same time, like, you know, set up a meeting, book a room. And I will sit there because I will take the notes of that meeting. If they ask any questions and we give any answers, I'm going to take that and write it down as meeting notes. They do not get a copy of those.
Yes. Yep, perfect. Why do you write it down? Why do you have a record of the meeting, Mel?
Otherwise it can turn into he said, she said later on.
Exactly. You can be misquoted, all the rest of it. So absolutely. Sticking to the script is important. Now, what can you discuss in debrief? What can't you discuss in debrief?
You can only discuss their response, not the others.
Exactly.
And you don't give the scores.
Exactly. You give nothing away about other offers. They should not walk out knowing an ounce more about other offers. This is wholly and solely about theirs. So in Mel's script and talking points, I'm sure you are focusing on their performance and sticking to the script. How good are people at sticking to the script? Yeah, Mel saying no.
That's another reason why I sit in, because I will give them the signal to be quiet.
Yes, the kick under the desk or the and basically a lot of people go in trying to make the respondent feel better, but you were really good. And it's not about fluffing egos. It's about being very objective. So, for example, I had to debrief a guy, angry, threats to the minister, all this sort of stuff, and this was over the phone, but I do notes at the same time and prepare and all the rest of it. And basically, I think I alluded to this example earlier around operational capacity. It was for some bridge remediation roadworks, and basically they needed earth-moving equipment, and we knew the biggest risk was that if they didn't have their own plant, in the middle of the mining boom, they would not be able to get a digger when they needed one, and so our timeline would be blown. And so what I know, I'm experienced at this. You've used me for this before. I've scored well on jobs I've done with you before. And I acknowledged, yes, 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 yes. However, I draw your attention to criteria 2, and it asks for operational capacity for plant, materials and staff. And I said, your lowest scoring was a result of your not having plant and the risk for subcontraction. And he got that. He was still angry, so still vented a bit of steam. And I said, and basically I have prepared this to brief the minister should you wish to contact the minister. Oh, well, it's pointless doing that then, isn't it? Yeah. But many threats of I'm going to the minister never eventuate, particularly if you can be very clear on where their score was not robust, because not in comparison to others, their performance. Now, with the emotive stuff, you're under there is absolutely no requirement or justification for you to sit there and be abused. And if it is that way, you need to shut the meeting down and suggest it be rescheduled with cooler heads and all the rest of it. But I do take on board, I once debriefed a small mum and dad company, and he wasn't angry at me. He was totally distressed. And he just said, well, I didn't get this work. We're going under. We're going to lose the house. And I just felt for him. And I said, look, you weren't successful on this occasion, but please, don't take that as not suitable at all. You've had work before. You'll have work again. And I'm very sorry you're in this circumstance. And he just relaxed. But I get that if I were losing my house, I would not be the nicest person to deal with when asking for feedback.
Don't Department of Finance give training to suppliers to fill in the response and stuff, don't they? Yeah.
Some of them get it, some of them don't. I do actually sometimes work with people to help them design their response. And this is the sort of feedback that in the moment is perfect, because it's almost like going to the Department of Finance course is like you guys doing this training, but you don't know if you've got it pegged till you submit your assessment and we give you feedback. So it's both of those. Sorry,
Linda, to interrupt. I find if you make it clear that, we're providing a response because we want, it's total transparency. We want you to know where you need to improve next time and what it was that we wanted to see.
Yes.
It kind of lessens it a little bit for them.
Yes.
It makes it a little more acceptable, and like you say, it's not just because you haven't got it this time doesn't mean you won't get it next time. If you put these comments into play and into practice for the next submission that you make,
yes,
it'll put you one step further ahead than what you were.
Yes, exactly. And they hear that as, let me help you be more competitive. And most will take it on board. And sometimes, like, I see this often, particularly on smaller contracts. The existing supplier, when they submit their offer for the next contract under performance capacity and all, I successfully delivered this to you over the last 5 years. That doesn't tell me about your organisational capacity now. And to say, look, the process of evaluation of that did involve actually looking at staffing ratios and this and this, and what we had was, I've done this before. And the guy just went, oh, yeah, I get it. I just thought you knew that I'd done it well. Yeah, it's not what we know, it's what you demonstrate. Okay, Marina said, I had an issue with a vendor not winning the contract but a registered, bear with me, Aboriginal business instead, and had a very angry call following. Yeah, a lot of people perceive that as a degree of bias. And it really is around educating and the broader policy to be able to say, listen, there is a policy we comply with, and this is the policy, and read it on the Department of Finance website and etc. You don't have to justify the policy to them, just explain to them that it does actually exist and what drives the process. But often it is that, why did they get it? And it's a very quick slip into, you always pick them, you always pick them. That's the fallback of a respondent that doesn't want to review their own performance.
I had a really interesting debrief just before Christmas last year. It was for the removal and disposal of a vessel. And I had given the debrief to an unsuccessful tenderer who had come in at a higher cost than the successful tenderer. And they were like, oh my gosh, thank you so much for the debrief. We really appreciate that. That was, it was really good. We appreciate the feedback. And I was like, not a problem. A few weeks later, it came out in the mix that the contract actually had to be extended because the availability of the slipway had passed because we missed our initial award date. So, and that was internal reasons as to why we didn't award earlier, just for the evaluation and that. Yeah. So this unsuccessful person had found out through the slipway manager or whatever, and he called me and was like, what's going on? They didn't have a clear methodology. This is bias and you've chosen them over us. And, they're basically saying that they didn't submit a response and we've just chosen them unfairly. And it's really hard to get across to someone that we evaluate everyone fairly. Yes. You can't be awarded a contract without a methodology. It's, it's not possible. Yes. And he kept emailing and he ended up emailing me with another offer. And I said to him, I was like, we're in contract for these services. We're currently not in a position to consider any other offers. And then he was off my case.
Yeah. Look, you do get that in the private arena, you cold call, you beat on the door, you submit unsolicited offers. We don't do that in government. So it's very different. You go door to door, knocking on doors and getting business and however you can. That does not apply to government tenders that have this process. And when you said you didn't have a methodology, read the front end of your request. It told you everything you needed to know, and that was the methodology that we did. So, you get a sense of who is actually seeking information and understanding it. You get a sense of who's just venting. But it can be exceptionally beneficial to a respondent to get that concise feedback because it can actually improve what they do. Now, Helen, you've got another question about evaluating.
Yeah, sorry, backpedaling a little bit. I just wanted to, I've had a couple of instances lately where we've gone out to tender and incumbent supplier is submitting a response. We are not happy with the services that supplier is currently giving to us, but their qualitative criteria and their price is excellent. So on paper, they look like they're going to do a fabulous job, but we know from previous experience, having had them as our contractor for the past 3 years that they're crap, and we don't want to continue to work with them. But based on their submission and based on their price, they have come out the preferred respondent. I'm wondering whether, if we've got like performance reports, if we've got things in writing, whether we can use those documents as evidence.
As long as in your request it enabled you to consider referees from other agents, from government agencies, because then you can use those documents, providing your contract review, your performance reports, letters regarding unsatisfactory performance. All of these things can be considered, providing they were documents created at that time in the contract performance. You can't wait till after the contract's expired and then backwrite all these poor performance stuff. It's also not optimum if you have never raised the poor performance with the respondent, because that puts them in the position to go, first time I've ever heard of that. I've never had a bad performance report from you. You're just saying this to score me low.
So, sorry, just the first comment you made, depending on whether...
Check your request. So if you wanted... do I have a request document handy?
So they didn't actually list us as a referee in their response?
Does Linda mean building it into like the qualitative criteria, stating
underneath
performance reports, previous experience?
Yes. Basically, under that criteria, it generally says supply the contact for 2 referees. If it is in your request that we also reserve the right to engage with referees from agencies we know they performed work for in like the last 5 years, it depends what's in your request.
Does anyone know, using the standard Department of Finance templates, whether it states that in there?
I don't think it does, but I've definitely seen it in requests before where they state as a specific criteria previous experience, performance reports.
Yeah, but the important thing...
Contract notifications.
Because if they really bombed on Helen's contract, they're not going to nominate her agency as a referee.
Well, they didn't.
But you know what I mean? Getting them to nominate their referees is one thing. Reserving the right for us to independently go or use our own experience of them, it just depends what's in your request. Let me have a look.
I'm just, sorry, it was actually for a cleaning one, so I'm just having a quick look.
Yeah, but like I say, it is awfully difficult to do.
It does say the customer also reserves the right to seek a report from any government site not nominated.
Yes.
So we can use previous documents.
Yes,
on
but
performance.
Make sure that it is an existing record, preferably with a trim file number. The evidence is this was actually written 2 years ago. You'd want to make sure that someone has raised it with the contractor during the life of the contract, or they feel like they've been ambushed.
Yeah. Well, I guess being a cleaning contractor, they have they do the performance reviews every month, and we'd have record that they've consistently scored low, so that would be sufficient.
Yeah, and even performance reports with KPIs, they have performed below the benchmark on 30% of the service period and stuff like that just blows them out the water. Yeah. But
thank you.
As I say, I've contacted agencies and said, how are they? Oh, they're shocking, they're rotten. I wouldn't touch them with a barge pole. Great. Have you got any performance reports? No. Have you got any correspondence addressing poor performance? No. Have you got a contract review report? No.
I just find it really amusing when they write in the qualitative criteria that they're this amazing company that treats their staff really well and does great jobs, and you know for the last 2 years that that's not what they're like at all.
Yes. And it's up to us to have criteria that says, show me you're the best, not tell me you're the best. So it's about evidence, demonstrating, not blow your own trumpet, buddy. And so if I ask a question that says, do you have the organisational capacity, I'll go, hell yeah, we've got the organisational capacity, we're great at what we do, we've got so much resource, or you can ask them to fill out a table showing plant, material availability and staff. And straight away you've got metrics instead of opinions. Yeah, it's about getting those criteria right that will separate out the respondents so they're not all just grouped together as they can do it. Yeah. All righty, so with regard to debrief, I think important takeaways, as Mel said, stick to the script, prepare, don't go blind into a debrief, reread the stuff. Get your talking points together, focus on them, offer constructive criticism and be objective. And in terms of constructive criticism, I guess what I'm saying is don't say, your specified personnel table was really poor and they didn't have really good credentials. Like, oh, ouch, cut the corners off that. Just say there was not evidence of very high credentials that we were seeking and there was limited information in that table. And they go, right. You're sort of identifying, here's the gap and the thin bit, not, oh, it was rotten. So be constructive in your comments and, see how you go. All righty, process review is the next one. Review the procurement process for lessons learned. What do I mean by that?
What worked, what didn't work.
Yeah, when's the right time to capture that?
Throughout the whole life of the project.
Yeah, but certainly for the evaluation, I like to debrief my eval team and just let them know how it all ended. And I'll say, just to let you know, the report went up, it was signed, letter of award went out. Thank you so much for your participation, input, etc. Little bit of feedback on the process. How did you feel about those eval criteria that we developed together, but we actually test drove them? What do you think about those? What do you think about? What clarifications did I need? And I just put that together because guess what? In 5 years' time, when I've got to do all of this again, I can read that and remind myself how to do the eval process tighter, faster, better this time. So we tend to look at the procurement and its outcome. We are actually reviewing our process. Okay, so do a little look back exercise. If I had to do this over again, how would I do it differently? Squirrel that away and then you're good to go for the next request when it comes up again.
Linda, another thing to note as well for a refresher process, a lot of agencies tend to look at the old requests and cut and paste, but don't realise that there are addenda to refer back to, which supersedes the contents of the request. So just be mindful of that.
Absolutely. And that's why we said in procurement planning, don't just start with that request. Look at addenda. Speak to the contract manager. Were there variations that can be when people just use the broken one over and over and over? And I think one of the worst things I saw was they dusted off the old request that was still in Word and changed dates and stuff. That request was like 3 versions old. You need to use the up-to-date template or it won't mesh with the conditions of contract. The cross-references don't mesh. And that is a nightmare. I mean, a serious nightmare. It becomes a critical business risk. And that's why you don't cut and paste the request other than following the prompts around red that can be removed, blue that can be altered, black that must be retained. That's why most procurement units go, you are not touching the template. Give me a Word document of your specs and I will insert it. Because if you mess up the formatting, you've messed the whole thing up. And the worst example was there was a clause because they'd done cut and paste on the general conditions, never do that. Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that. We don't need that. Now it's a slimline document. And I'm like, oh, God. And the problem was the way that things aligned, there was a clause around suspension. If you are working so badly, we will suspend and terminate you as per clause, blah, blah, blah. Because they changed and taken stuff out, it no longer took you to the suspension and termination clause. It was the disability inclusion plan. So they came to me and said, we want to suspend and terminate these, but this doesn't line up. So what do we do? And I said, disability inclusion plan. Build a ramp, buy a guide dog. That's all that entitles you to do. There is nothing about suspension and termination in there. You have no powers for suspension and termination. Well, they lost their cool. And the bottom line was they had to trade out of that contract. They wanted to get out of it there and then, and they should have because it was risky, but they had to go another 8 months praying that nothing went wrong because they couldn't actually, they had ruined the conditions of contract. Oh, we've got another puppy person. They're too cute. So no cut and paste templates. And let your procurement unit manage the templates. Because honestly, you can remove one line and it upsets all the formatting. It can be a little bit sensitive. Alrighty. So the process review is really important. All right, that takes you to page 46. Now, you should already have something in there because that's qualitative criteria. And it says if time permits, these questions will be completed in the workshop, so we'll spend a little bit of time doing that. Think back to yesterday's exercise where you had to develop some qual criteria. That's the place you put it in the workbook. You didn't have to populate the request template. Did anyone make a start on that? No? Do we want to give it a go now? Do you want 5 minutes in your group? Actually, we're getting a bit short of time. So are you clear how to go on with that? Or do you want me to talk it through a little bit? No? Everyone good? Okay, just put a couple of...
Linda, yep. Sorry, I've just got a question about where do we actually go to complete the activities on LMS, you know, like for activity 1, 2, 3, etc. in the workbook.
Yeah, and we did 1 to 6 in the workbook.
Yeah, so how do I type them up into LMS? Where's the option to...
No, you put them into your workbook and scan your whole workbook.
Oh, it's pretty messy.
It depends if you're, you can download an electronic copy of the workbook and repopulate it, or if you're, I think at the beginning...
I can't just type it in there, no?
Mine has it so that you can select each question and then there's like under each activity, there's like question 1, question 2, question 3, and you can just copy and paste into that.
Yeah, see, but the activities 1 to 6 in the workbook may be different to what's on the LMS.
Oh, yeah, true.
I think they look different, Linda, and that's
you're right.
confusing.
They do.
Yeah, because what it was, at very short notice, we had to convert this to online. So we thought one of the easiest ways was to get you to complete your workbook because the online stuff is, in its original form, was self-paced that you didn't have Zoom. So what we did was grab some of those, meshed it with Zoom. So your workbook is the predominant assessment material. But for activity 7, in activity 7, you can use this space in your workbook to put individual scoring, consensus scoring, and then just do the questions that were on the end of that one.
Okay, so there isn't actually the option to type up activity 1 to 6 into LMS?
No,
okay.
You need to, not that I know of.
So you actually need to print out the workbook, handwrite your answers in, and then scan it in?
Not necessarily. The workbook is in Word, isn't it?
Okay, yes. So I can type it into there and then print it out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or even just upload it as a file. You'll still need to upload that one because of the questions at the end, which does remind me, I don't think we went through those, did we? No. All right. We'll just do a quick step back so I can go through those with you. Okay, so it was following the consensus exercise. You've got some questions. How did the evaluation session go? Peter's right, I already submitted activity 2. Oh, look, the activities on the LMS, by all means do them, but just be aware that the activity in the workbook makes up a significant part of your assessment. Yeah.
So just to clarify, Linda, so if we've typed it all out in the workbook as we went along, would that suffice, or do we have to do both the workbook and the online stuff?
The workbook, do the workbook plus activity 7 from the LMS, because that was that one, yeah? And with the other stuff, read through the SCORMs, do some of the activity stuff. There's just put a little bit into the LMS stuff, but your key assessment requirements are your workbook and activity 7 from the LMS. But like I know in policy, while we had policy questions in, I think, activity 3, there was a little multiple choice thing on the LMS. So just go through that as well. Because at very short notice, we brought this together to be online. So I'm scrambling a little bit, trying to get the right mix between breakout rooms and Zoom sessions. All right, so looking at the questions here, how did the evaluation session go? Just capture your experience of how that went for you. What was missing from the session and how did this impact the evaluation? So in terms of that session, you only had one criteria, not the full lot. It's those sorts of things. What are some issues in getting consensus? Well, you had your experience in the eval group and also our big room discussion. There's a few things that can impact. And was getting consensus important? And we've talked about why it is, because you don't get the resulting end score. And 5 is worth teasing out a little bit. What are some issues in attaining consensus, given that some of the panel may not be technical experts? Imagine we're all in a panel and we're talking about a laser-guided missile system and none of us have got artillery or military background. What could go wrong? What would be?
We're going to end up with something different to what we actually need or want.
We don't understand what we're buying. We can't recognise good from bad if we're not a technical expert. And, you know, that's when you buy something shiny and glossy but no substance, because we don't know. So not having the right technical expertise can be a problem. And you know what? It's quite common. That's why we're outsourcing. We don't have the technical expertise. So how will we get that information in that forum? No one in our agency knows about, another woofer. Too cute. How do we know how are we going to get that information that allows us to make an informed choice?
You get the non-voting technical expert in, generally.
Where do you find yourself one of them, Peter?
Ideally at the start of the procurement process when you're writing it.
Yeah, but where would you go look?
Previous market experience or market sounding.
Yeah. What often works really well, check out your CUAs. Check out your CUAs. They make it easy because you can pick and buy. And it's in the temp personnel professional service. You can get a forensic accountant if you want one. You can get, so that allows you to pick and buy somebody whose services have already been sourced by a government department that's done all the due diligence, and you still get the conflict of interest form. But there are ways to get technical experts. And Peter, you're absolutely right. You shouldn't be in an eval room going, hey, I reckon we need a tech guy. You've left that way too late. You need to consider that right up the front end. That's very important. So, yeah.
It's a little bit disturbing in a way, isn't it? We all work for government and what you're saying seems to be common sense, but we keep making these mistakes in government. I mean, that CCC report only was last week about $1 million was wasted where they procured devices to read consumers' water meters from China, and they don't even work.
Yes.
Well, where was the technical advice on that procurement? Didn't they seek a sample device to check it? Or
yeah. Did you not read the article? It came from his neighbour. I kid you not. A very high-level person, clearly without a procurement background, found these devices and manufactured in China and relied heavily on his neighbour. And they got these things. They were not fit for purpose. And what was it, John, $600,000?
Yeah, and then they spent over $300,000 investigating it and trying to get it to work, but it didn't work anyway. So it's scrap metal there.
Yeah, and it was something like $40,000 for scrap.
Isn't that because Water Corp just do whatever they like anyway?
It sort of can be called enough rope. If you've got enough rope to hang yourself, literally. And that's why process. And cutting corners because you think it's quicker, smarter, faster is often a trap. Great saying, the shortest path is always landmined. So, you know, do it the right way. Don't take a shortcut. That's what will trip you up. But we continue to do this sort of stuff. And you know what? I really believe that a lot of it is linked to rushing, because the minute you say hurry, good practice and checks and balances go out the window. So planning is just critically important. Yeah, but unfortunately we will continue to see these sorts of things, unfortunately. But we battle on. All right, qual criteria, pop your qual criteria in there. You've got a reflection exercise, also focuses on activity 7. What are some of the issues getting consensus? Why was it important? Why are some issues in attaining consensus, given? They're really quite a replicant of 7, so just cut and paste anything you put in activity 7 in there. That will cover off. Now, it says if we have time, we've got 9 minutes, so we'll rush this along, but there's knowledge questions. And, we'll do a quick run through of these and then I'll get you to do the feedback forms. All right. You've been tasked as an eval panel member to evaluate a tender for the delivery of maintenance services. You're aware that your brother-in-law's company will be submitting a quote. What should you do? Carol's there. Declare a conflict of interest up front. When should you do it? Up front? Yeah, but when?
As soon as you find out.
Soon as you find out about the tender and your involvement in it. Whoa, I think there's a good chance my brother-in-law's company, I will excuse myself from that. That is very important. As a manager, what do I then need to do?
Need to make sure it's recorded properly and managed properly throughout the process.
Yes, I will say to the employee, hit the benches, you're not playing on this one. What if they are the only technical expert in my area?
Non-voting.
Non-voting, you got it. And in fact, what you can do if you want to remove any bias, as the technical expert seeking my comments, you could actually give me the qual criteria but remove who it was from. Now, sometimes they still go, at Acme Maintenance, we value. So sometimes there's still giveaways in there. But there's things that you can do them. All right, you are evaluating a tender and conducting the individual assessment of non-monetary criteria. You're not sure that you understand some technical aspects of one of the respondents' bids, and you're worried that you're scoring them low, which is a realistic concern. You know that one of the other panel members manages these types of contracts and has a better understanding. What action should you take?
Continue evaluating. It will come out in the wash when during the consensus scoring.
Absolutely. Should you contact the other panel member who you know knows this stuff, because they could clear that up for you in 2 minutes? That can be called collusion. You didn't understand, you were like a blank canvas, and this guy's going, it's definitely a 6. You have just substituted his opinion for your own. As Peter said, you do that in a consensus meeting. If you're concerned about it, run it past the chair, and the chair will probably tell you we will deal with it in consensus. Yep, but you don't speak to anybody else. It's secret squirrel, lock it down. Right, during the tender evaluation process, it becomes clear that one of the eval criteria is weighted too heavily and will lead to the rejection of several respondents. What actions can the panel chair take to amend the criteria weightings? What are your thoughts?
I didn't think you could change any once the responses had been.
And why can you not?
It doesn't say you can with tender.
It doesn't say you can, exactly, because the process terms and conditions, the request conditions, if it's specified weightings, those weightings are applied. And you go, but if I lose 8 out of 10 respondents and end up with 2 really poor ones, I'm not doing the business any benefit. I'm not going to get outcomes. I'm not going to get value for money. I don't want to award. That's not the way to go. I want to include these. Why can't I tweak those weightings? What could I be accused of?
You kind of, the respondents have answered those questions knowing or having been told that the weightings are, for example, 50%. If you then go and change them, it could favour one over the other.
That's exactly right. If I move the goalposts retrospectively, I could be accused of, well, you could see Helen's offer was ranked second, but if you increase the weighting of all capacity, she becomes the preferred respondent. You did that to get her across the line. That was favouritism.
Linda, if it's that bad and the panel chair and the panel believe it will lead to a poor value for money outcome, shouldn't they just decline all offers, toss it in the bin and start again?
That's exactly what they should do. Exactly. And explain up the ladder why this is a problem. Because it's urgent, they'll say, do it, do it, do it. Yep, Mel?
I had a thought. If the procurement can only result in one successful respondent, then I don't think it actually matters the weighting in the end, because, you know, if several respondents are going to get rejected, they weren't going to be number one anyway.
Well, you don't know. If you've weighted something wrong, it can actually have an impact. If you go, oh man, you know, for example, if the weighting of specified personnel was really, really high, they've got great staff. However, the experience in doing cutting edge new technology they've never done before, and that's weighted low, that's where the risk, it actually could have an impact. You can think of 101, often not, but potentially. And the bottom line is, you said you were going to deal with them this way, with these weightings. You cannot change it. You do have to say, no award, go back to market. What are some of the negatives that come out of that?
Reputation risk.
Yeah, unhappy marketplace, unhappy procurement owner who's not got the award. Possible business interruption, you might have to extend the existing contract, on and on it goes. That's why you really need to get your weightings and your qual criteria right, because once it's out there and it's closed and you've got the offers, you can't change it. So you've got to make sure that that's right. All righty. That actually brings us to the end. Is anybody got any questions, or everybody's a happy little camper? Cool. Now, what Maddie has asked me to get you guys to do, firstly, don't forget, if you can't open those things on the LMS, flick Maddie an email. Secondly, on the LMS, I believe, there, Maddie's attached the feedback form. Can you guys just open that up now and grab the feedback form, and we'll spend the last few minutes just completing that.
Sorry, I had a momentary lapse in concentration. What am I doing?
That happens at 1 minute to 4, guaranteed. Okay, go onto the LMS and you should be able to see a feedback form that Maddie's put there. Can you find that? Okay, I've got a question here around the pricing schedules. And what we did was we put a fair few examples in there. But see all that line underneath? That's not actually a question as such. That's a place that you could pop notes. So we just showed you a range of pricing schedule tables. It's not so much about you then responding to it in any way. But you might have put notes, oh, this is fixed price. I'd use this for this, this for that, when we went through and discussed.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Okay. Yeah, Marina said she can access it from work. She knows it works there. All right. Okay. So no last minute questions for you. Everyone's happy little camper. Excellent. All right. In terms of the procurement cycle, did this give you more detail around process? I'm just trying to peg what was new to you in terms of information. What were things that you went, oh, gee, didn't know that?
I didn't realise that we could actually, I think the one thing that I actually want to try is the discussion about not giving the evaluation panel the pricing up front. I quite like that idea, because I do find that a lot of our panel members look at the price and go, oh, I can make that work.
Yeah, and what you can do to make that happen is do half-day evaluation session on qual criteria, and then 3 days later release pricing for them and do that eval.
Yeah.
And it might be worth talking to someone like Peter or who has done it before and pick their brains around their experience.
Yeah. We don't also do like a meeting to discuss what is expected in the evaluation meeting and to hand out the responses and get signed conflict of interest forms. So I kind of feel that that's a good thing to implement.
Real important part of housekeeping, that one truly is. And in fact, from memory in the...
So how do you just do these meetings and then you kind of email them the responses at the end of the meeting?
I tend to do the meeting well before, because that's one of the places I put in a little bit of fat, because I still sometimes have, right at that very death knock, sign the conflict of interest form, I still have people go, oh, actually I do have a conflict. Oh. So I brief them and get them the conflict of interest forms even before the request has closed, like about a week before. So they've got time.
But then you don't know who the responses are from, so how do you know there's not a conflict?
Doesn't matter. I'm just taking you through process. Like I'll say you're in a group with others, I'll explain to everybody, I'll show them what the handbook looks like, tell them what I will populate, tell them what they need to do. I will have already scheduled the consensus meeting in their diaries, and so that allows them to then manage their time, so they've got a block in a week when I actually give them access to the folder. I like to do it a few days before, just in case one of them has to drop out. I've got a couple of days to get a replacement in there. Because honestly, if you do it right at the beginning of when you're going to be doing consensus or giving them individual access, and they go, oh, I've got a conflict of interest, mid-process, you've got to get a replacement. So it's kind of time management, and it often works well in your planning, when you're planning who will be on the eval panel, already at that point start talking about who's got a conflict. Oh, Maddie's got her hand up. Maddie, are you just waving?
I didn't realise I had my hand up.
Oh, it went away now. Oh, no, that was my cursor on you, Maddie. I'm sorry. I just smacked Maddie with my hand. All right. Okay, so hopefully that gave you some view into process, expanded on compliance requirements. People will often say to you, oh, you can't change weightings. Why? I don't know. You just can't. Well, we've teased out some of the rules behind it, and they're very useful to explain to panel members why they can do some things, why they can't do some things. So let your panel members know. No talking between each other. If you're stuck with individual scores, let the chairperson know. That sort of thing. Yeah, Mel.
I've sat in evaluation processes before that had a sort of final ranking phase in the evaluation, which meant that the evaluation panel by consensus could change the rankings from the shortlisted ones that were based purely on the scores. So if they did change the rankings, so they had to give really extensive justification for it. So that could be a way of addressing the weighting issue potentially.
Yeah, look, at that on many levels makes me nervous. On many levels makes me nervous, because it's like saying, without knowing who the winner is, here's our perfect process. Oh, I don't like them. Change the perfect process. Always, if you are going down that road, make sure the accountable authority is aware of what the requirement is, what you are actually doing and that they support it when they sign off. But we are cogs in the wheel. It's what our accountable authority wants, and they are the ones who are accountable. We just keep the paper trail. It was their decision, and we capture that it was their decision. Alrighty, so can the rest of you have a go at your feedback form? Once you're done, flick it back to Maddie, and that actually brings our session to an end. We're a little bit early, which is, I will put together, as I said, a recap of assessment requirements and how to.
I'd also just like to point out that the next session is Monday the 19th of July, 19th of April, which is my birthday, so do feel free to bring cake. All of you.
The subtlety, Helen, the subtlety. And you know,
that's up to you.
It's my birthday.
Cake act.
I bring you gifts.
Cake act.
I'll see if
Have
I
you
can
read
arrange
the cake
something in the
act?
catering.
The cake act is very clear on who brings the cake.
Okay, who brings the cake?
The birthday girl.
Oh, really? Okay, well, maybe we need to abolish that cake act.
Oh, no, I've seen the cake act in so many different agencies. It's also promotion, redundancy and retirement. You bring the cake. That's the way it goes.
Well, if anyone feels bad for me, they're welcome to bring cake.
Good fallback position. And you know what? In a really cruel world, if we have another lockdown and we're all on Zoom, you can watch me eat your cake. No, not happy. Not happy. All right, guys. Have a go at the feedback forms. Flick those off. I'll send an email out. Once again, you've been a fantastic group. It is really refreshing to see that the level of communication and engagement that you do in a classroom, you also do on Zoom, and that's very unusual. I was singing your praises to Maddie before, that you still remain active and engaged when you're little squares. That doesn't always happen. So well done. And
it's a cardboard cutout.
you see, I really don't know if John's here or if he's out the front washing the car because his camera's not working. But I will say John is very active with the comments, so I know he's there. Which is great. Okay, guys, finish off your feedback forms, flick them to Maddie, and I'll see you on the next module.